is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. 4 people have been confirmed dead following a building collapse tragedy on Monday at Nairobi's Blue Estate within Shauri Moyo, Kamkunji Sub-County. Nairobi North County Commissioner Simon Osumba said the tragedy occurred during an attempted demolition along the Nairobi River Riparian Corridor. Osumba added that 4 people have so far been rescued, one of whom sustained minor injuries and was taken to the hospital. Search and rescue efforts for more persons believed to be trapped under the rubble continue. The government has defended its involvement in leadership wrangles at the Nairobi hospital, saying President William Ruto, as the hospital's patrons stepped in to help calm tensions. In a statement, State House spokesperson Hussein Mohammed said the president has received several complaints from stakeholders of the Kenya Hospital Association. He said the concerns came from doctors, association members, and patients seeking help to address governance, financial, and operational challenges affecting the hospital. Meanwhile, a court in Nairobi has released embattled chairperson of the Nairobi Hospital Board, Dr. Job Obwaka, and 3 other directors on a 5 million Kenya shillings bond each. The court granted the bail on Monday after the defense requested it and the prosecution did not oppose the application. They were presented on charges including conflict of interest, unlawful receipt of benefits, and failure to comply with financial reporting requirements.
Under Section 692 of the Companies Act, the maximum fine for this offence is a fine not exceeding 200,000 shillings.
We can come back within the next 14 days.
For those reasons, I have allowed personal bond of Kenya shillings 5 million with the 2 contact persons, and that the accused should attend court without fail when required.
UN Chief Antonio Guterres has warned about what he called a rising wave of anti-Muslim hate and discrimination around the world. Speaking on Monday, the UN chief urged governments and communities to stand against Islamophobia and promote tolerance. He also called on technology companies to ensure the platforms bring people together rather than spread division and hate.
As Ramadan draws to a close, Muslims around the world reaffirm values that also form the foundation of the UN Charter. Empathy for the vulnerable, generosity towards neighbors, and responsibility towards the wider community. These universal principles must guide our global response to hatred and division. On this International Day to combat Islamophobia, let us recommit to the equality, human rights and dignity of every person, everywhere.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome to the home of hard truths indeed and bold insights. My name is Mungala Movie and I'm seated across City Muga. City, good morning. How are you doing?
Hi, Paul.
Uko fiti kabisa leo?
I am very well, thank you, Paul.
Kahawa inakupeleka fiti?
Sana, Piti.
What else is usually in that coffee other than coffee and water?
Hot water.
Yeah, I said apart from coffee and water.
Well, I said you didn't mention hot, so I've added hot to the water.
So there's heat in there. Uko salama?
Niko salama kabisa.
Today is the 17th day of March.
Why do you think there may be anything else other than just hot water and coffee?
I'm just curious because there are times I see when you pour nonanga in it and some seeds inside.
Those aren't seeds.
What are they?
Well, actually they are seeds. No. What you see Yes.
They
saa zingine naweka
bangi.
Hapana, si bangi.
Ndimu.
No, ndimu no. I'm trying to remember the spice ambayo nawekaga ile jina, nitakumbuka nitakwambia.
Okay.
Kuna spice mi weka hapo. Yes.
Is it black pepper? No. White pepper?
No. None of those ones. There is what is it called? Naweka tangawizi. I put cinnamon.
All right.
And then there's easy seed, nimesahau what they are called.
Utakumbuka tu alafu.
Utakumbuka nakwambia, but that's what I do. Yes.
Salamu zitufikie kutoka MC Tonje. MC Tonje says that he's tuned in all the way. Let me check out. He's saying he's checking in all the way from Muhoroni. MC Tonje, kama kawaida, kama K, we are glad that you can join us this lovely morning. Now, you can get us on all our social media spaces as well. We are live on X, we are live on Facebook, we are live on YouTube. We are also live on our website, that is radiogeneration.co.ke. Producer anauliza, is it chia seeds?
No.
It's not. Yeah, because I know if you were to put them there, they would make the water very viscous. So it's definitely not chia seeds. All right, sasa ukikumbuka utatuambia. Sawa Edna, si chia ni kidogo zinakuanga very viscous in water. All right, so today being the 17th day of March, let me tell you what is important about this day. In 461 AD, Saint Patrick, that is Ireland's patron saint, dies in Seoul. That's Ireland. Again, Saint Patrick, Ireland's patron saint, dies in Seoul, Ireland. Okay? Alideduko. That is 461 AD. And then in 1905, future US President Franklin D. Roosevelt marries Eleanor Roosevelt. That is in 1905. Future United States President Franklin D. Roosevelt marries Eleanor Roosevelt. They became one. 1905. Ulikuwa wapi 1905 city? Na usitudanganya tu uko umezaliwa.
No, niko hapa tu.
So those are two things that happened in this particular day that is of significance to the world.
Paulo mchokozi.
Nimekuuliza tu swali na umejibu.
Na najua nimechokozwa, si ati sijui. But 1905 was a good year.
Yes, indeed it was. It was a good year, right?
It was a very good year.
When did they finish constructing the Kenya-Uganda Railway?
1904.
1904, eh?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Ilifika Malindi Port, Florence, which is
Kisumu. Wait, haikuingia Uganda? I thought ilikuwa imeingia Uganda.
Bro. Wewe umeniuliza when they finished it.
Okay.
Railway ilifika Uganda.
Si ilikuwa inaitwa Kenya-Uganda Railway?
Yes, it was, but it marked the end of it was in Kisumu, bro.
Oh, for real? Okay, in my head I've always thought the reason it's called the Kenya-Uganda Railway is because it actually got to some maybe ginger in Uganda. But now I know. Alright, tupatie medali ya leo. Kutoka Tunisia, au sio?
You have remembered.
Mimi nakuanga na akili, bro. Akili yangu inakuanga iko firi.
That railway reached Kampala in 1931.
1931 is when it reached Kampala. Champala, as they like to call it.
1904.
Port Florence. Yeah. Port Florence. All right. AKA Kisumu City.
Every monkey is a gazelle in the mother's eyes.
Let
me start again. Every monkey is a gazelle in the mother's eye.
So a monkey gives birth to its young and then considered it a gazelle.
Right.
Why on earth?
Look at the terms of endearment that we have for our children.
Sweetheart, baby, pumpkin,
lollipop,
flower,
sweet potato.
Mimi ukienda sweet potato tutakosana.
Okay.
Ngwashe basi sawa. So every monkey, every
monkey is a gazelle in the mother's eyes.
My goodness. Sawa. But you're right, because our parents, sana mothers, they will always look at us as their mtoto wao bado, regardless of our age.
Bro, hata ufike ngapi. The memory is of you as a child.
Yeah.
Okay? And the steps you've taken. It's odd about age. Yeah? When you compress history, it's like all these things happen within a short while, and then there are gaps. You can remember a child when they're young, then when they get to teenage, adolescence, there are gaps. Pictures is that's the beauty of pictures.
Okay.
You are remember, and you wonder, so when did this happen? Because you can even see yourself in the picture.
Yeah.
And you wonder, yes, I can see myself. Yeah, but where were we?
Yeah.
It's a problem I think that men have. It's a problem I have.
Okay.
I sometimes look at those family pictures. I can see myself.
But
I can't remember what.
Oh, this is now you as a teenager.
No, I'm looking at me as an adult, and I'm looking at my children's pictures. Me as a teenager, those gaps are many, and that's the beauty of having friends, because they'll remind you of different things.
You remember
this some you realize when.
Yeah.
Okay? But again, when it comes to, and I'm focusing on children, your own children, the terms of endearment, you use them are almost endless.
Yeah.
Yes. You'll fixate on one or two that you like for one reason or the other. But by and large, our children are wonderful in our eyes.
It's true.
Even if they're horrible little monsters. But in our eyes as parents,
they
are wonderful people.
Well, I hope mine will never become horrible little monsters.
Well, it's a factor of their upbringing and how it is they are taught to relate to the world.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes.
Let me just say something about Tunisia. On this continent of Africa, it's the most northest country. Yani ukienda north, you don't get more north
than Tunisia.
Yeah. It is bordered by Algeria to the west, Libya to the southeast, and the Mediterranean Sea to the north.
All right.
Okay? Now, the capital is called Tunis.
Yes.
Nitawacha hapo for now, kisha nitakuongezea stories zingine za Tunisia.
What I remember about Tunisia is the fact that the Arab Spring started in that particular country. When someone decided to light himself up in a market, and then of course ikaibua hisia na watu wakaandamana, ikaanzia Tunisia, ikashika kila mahali, Egypt, wapi, Arab Spring ndio hiyo sasa.
Okay, since umeenda huko, wacha tu nikupigie story basi. Sawa.
Nipigie story, nipigie.
Okay, it shares maritime borders, yani maji za Mediterranean, it borders Italy through the islands of Sicily, Sardinia and Malta. Okay?
So Italy, Sicily and Sardinia.
Basi hawa jamaa. Okay? Okay? Karibu. But of interest, so ushasikia the story of Carthage.
Yes.
Kuna jamaa moja
during the Roman Empire times.
Kuna jamaa moja alitraverse the Alps. Akaenda huko, akagonga the Romans. Tunamjua, unamkumbuka?
Huyu nani huyo? Akagonga.
Unakumbuka jamaa alikuwa anaitwa Hannibal?
Hannibal Lecter.
Hannibal Lecter
is a character in a movie.
In the Silence of the Lambs.
Okay.
Sio huyo.
Huyu ni Hannibal mgani?
Hannibal huyu
was
a soldier. What is noted about his foray into those Mediterranean countries was alitumia elephants.
All right. Good for him.
Okay?
Right.
Tutaiwacha hapo.
Sawa. Kesho utuelezea zaidi kuhusu Hannibal ambaye si Lecter.
No, sio Lecter. Hannibal Lecter was some psychiatrist who had some really weird cannibalistic tendencies. Yes, Silence of the Lambs. A very scary movie.
All right. It's not really scary. Wacha kushtua watu. If you want to watch a scary movie, there's a movie called The Exorcism of Emily Rose. Now that is a scary movie.
What I always find strange, why do I pay money so that I can be scared?
That's why we have sites that you watch movies for free, but which is illegal. We won't share them here. But if you want, I'm serious. If you want to be scared,
no, I do not.
Hannibal Lecter will not scare you.
Well, Hannibal Lecter wouldn't scare you. I was referring to myself.
Okay. City, if you want to sleep with the lights on and perhaps even with someone on a phone call live ndio muongee mpaka sasa utalala. Watch hiyo kipindi nimekuambia. The Exorcism of Emily Rose.
If I cannot answer the question of why people watch movies that scare them, Do you really think that I would voluntarily go and watch a scary movie?
Okay. Can I give you another one?
No.
The Conjuring, the devil made me do it.
All right. See, the devil made you do it. Are you now happy?
Get on to radiogeneration.co.ke. And you will see the following stories, actually several of them. One of them being this about audit raises questions over 92.8 billion school capitation funds. Hii imeandikwa na Tania Wanjiku na hivi ndivyo Tania amesema. Fresh audit findings have placed 92.8 billion in school capitation spending under scrutiny after the Auditor General questioned the data used to distribute the funds to learning institutions. The report indicates that the State Department for Basic Education relied on student enrollment figures that were not confirmed before the money was released, raising doubts about the accuracy of the allocations. Auditor General Nancy Gabdungu issued a qualified opinion on the department's financial statements for the year ending June 30th, 2025, pointing to several concerns including weak financial oversight, irregular shifting of funds, breaches in procurement procedures, and shortage in staffing. All right, so the Auditor General amesema kuna pesa hapa 92.8 billion hailewi imedistributiwa namna gani. What formula did you guys use to distribute this 92.8 billion?
Si moja ilienda hapa, nyingine kaenda pale.
Right.
Na nyingine.
So why for example, why did you give X amount to this one and Y amount to this other school?
See, this one needed this and the other one needed that.
According to her, she's asking also, are you sure?
Yes, we are very sure.
Yeah.
That is why we gave the money. If we were not sure, we would not have given the money.
Yes.
Yes.
So they are saying that the report indicates that the State Department for Basic Education relied on student enrollment figures that were not confirmed before the money was released, raising doubts about the accuracy of the allocations.
I see.
Yeah. So just because school B has apparently enrolled 200 students, then you sent money for 200 students, chances are maybe that school has got more or less.
Rarely is it less. Rarely is it rather more. I meant it tends to be less.
Yeah.
This isn't the problem. This is a symptom. This is a problem that has been with us for a while. Even during periods when some people chest thump and say they sorted out the education system. If you look back into history, those are the times that perhaps you found that this issue that is manifesting here was at its peak. We have sacrificed truth on the altar of material acquisition, and that is what has become our God. So everything else takes a secondary position and a secondary position of interest, and everything can be justified so long as money is being made.
Yes.
And damn the consequences, and damn the people who should have received the help. Damn them to wherever it is they wish to be damned to, but the help will not be forthcoming because we are sacrificing to this God of greed, whom we have elevated to the highest possible positions in the land. Yes, we've normalized it. Normalization is just something we do on a daily basis. When you give it the importance that we've given it, it becomes an object of worship.
Yeah.
So we will do wrong blatantly so that we can achieve that which we want. Yes.
Yeah, so there you have it. Audit queries. But like we said, they are queries, right? Until proven otherwise. Let's check out the next story. Why is it taking time?
Because it's dilly-dallying.
Ina dilly-dally na mimi kwa nini? All right, as a dilly-dallies, salamu zimfikie Wanjala 07. Wanjala says, good morning City and Paul, tuning in from Tuda in Mombasa. I have a brother who was born in Tuda, Mombasa. We actually called him Tuta because of tunge wanajua kamba na Tuda inakuanga Tuta. All right, Trump wants Hormuz closure threatens NATO and global oil supply. But it's not like he didn't know this when he started this war. How do you think it's going to end up for him? First of all, as a president, and for America as a nation?
It depends on who you ask. The thing that America seems to have done very successfully over time is to turn friends into enemies. If you look at the incursion into Latin America, if you look at the incursion into Afghanistan, if you look at the incursion into Korea, if you look at the incursion into Vietnam, we hear of Osama bin Laden, who was trained by the Americans. We hear of the Mujahideen in Afghanistan, who were armed and trained by the Americans, ostensibly to defeat the Russians, which they did. We also read about the abandonment of America, of these individuals, and then they took in their troops, and they are being fought by the very things that they had trained these people in. They lost that war. Okay? Now we come to the Middle East, and they have all these countries that are friendly to them, either as proxies of Israel or otherwise, and they, for purposes of assuring them as an element of confidence, they have put their bases in these countries. But before we go to the Middle East, we look at the European subcontinent.
Right.
They have an organization called NATO that they have an understanding with, and because of this understanding and the support that they have penned down and agreed upon, these countries have not been strengthening their military capacity.
Right.
We then have a war that was started by the Russians on Ukraine, and suddenly you have a situation where NATO is having to intervene. And as America talks, and as President Trump gets elected, the Europeans realize that these guys are not keeping their word regarding the things we said we would do. So what the Europeans are doing? They start arming themselves. The budgets that they had start being reconfigured so that they can arm themselves. Come back to the Middle East. A war is started with Iran. What does Iran do? Iran starts bombing the bases that America has in the Middle East. It starts bombing data centers that have been set up by companies like Google in the Middle East. It cripples the air defense and early warning systems that countries like Jordan has. They are not at war with Jordan. They start bombing installations that make it possible for the world to receive petrols and fuel. So suddenly these countries, the Middle East, asking themselves, wait a moment, I thought we had an understanding and that the Americans want to protect us. So it raises the question, are these countries now going to go to war with Iran? Iran, on the other hand, seem to have been expecting this and have been ready. Yes.
They knew. But you see, when every other day you guys are being threatened, and someone says that at one point we might have to invade you, of course you have to be ready.
It's not only that. America has done that. It did that with Iraq. We saw the consequences. America has been involved in Syria. We've seen how that has gone. America supported Lebanon. We saw how that went. The only country that America never wavers from supporting in that region is Israel. Everybody else seems to be fair game. And they're asking, we are not quarreling with Iran, but we are under attack. So
why?
This relationship, and remember the thing that is now very significant, the economies of those very wealthy countries in the Middle East is being threatened. Whether it is the banks, whether it's real estate, many of these countries in the Middle East are expatriate run, it's expatriate peopled, it's expatriate. The wealth comes from people who are willing to invest in this. The moment what we see continues, people will leave. And what's the guarantee that they'll come back? So the economies that these people had built, based on their petrodollars and what it is that they grew commercially and industrially, that is now being directly threatened. So what do you think? How do you think they are going to understand this particular relationship they have? Because what is clear is America does not waver from its support of Israel. But it is clearly wavering from its support of these Arab countries. Yes.
True story.
And remember, there's something else that has happened in Iran.
Which is?
You see, There were the old guard who, there was an Iraq-Iranian war, okay? And there was also intervention into the Syrian war. And there are people within Israel, not Israel, within Iran, who are considered to be people who perhaps they don't like that particular regime. The thinking, if you read and listen to the discussion around it, was that if they bring in ground troops, the Iranian people will rise up, okay, and overthrow this regime. The old guard were the ones who negotiated politically.
Yeah.
With the killing of Khamenei and his group, they more or less raised that old guard.
Yes.
But that they had a leader coming in as quickly as they did tells you they were ready for such an eventuality, and somebody was prepared now. This is Khamenei's son. This is a younger guard. These people think differently. And if you look at their cabinet and the people who are there, these are thoroughly educated people. Most of them were educated. Like their foreign minister got his PhD in the UK. These are educated people. These people are also religious, and these people do not fear dying. So how do you deal with such a person? The thing that you're threatening, wars, it's death. They don't. It doesn't bother.
They're like, bring it on.
So what do you think is going to happen?
I guess we'll just have to wait and see then.
Exactly, because it's a tender keg, and there are those who are arguing that if the Middle Eastern countries now also decide to arm themselves, it doesn't become a Middle East problem, it becomes a global problem. Because the Indians are not very far away from the Middle East. Pakistan, because it is a Muslim country, has relations with the Middle East, which is predominantly Muslim. Okay? Now, the moment you bring in Pakistan, who else do you think you're going to bring in? You're going to bring in Russia into this discussion? You're going to bring in China into this discussion. So it suddenly becomes a very serious global affair.
And then there's always that other country that is always like waiting for drama. They're like, hey, Twende, North Korea.
And they're arguing that perhaps Iran ought to have gone nuclear a long time ago, because they talk about North Korea, but they don't joke, because those guys have nuclear capacity.
North Korea, actually, they don't beat around the bush. They're like, bro, we have it, and we are not afraid to use it. As a matter of fact, let us show you, in case we were to use it, how that would go. Then they do a few tests here and there. They throw things into space, blow them up.
What a demo.
Yeah. And then they're like, you see what we just did? That is what we can do to you.
And by the way, we have some of these things aimed at
you.
Yes, just that you know.
They're like, by the way, Washington, we have eyes there. New York, hapo.
Yes. Pale Virginia mnaweka hizi vitu zenu hapo. Hiyo pia kuna something special tumeweka hapo.
Yes. So that is what we call mutually assured destruction.
Yes. So
do me, I do you. So by the time mnatupa zenyu kwa hewa, si tutaona zimekuja na sisi tutupe zetu. Now, as you kill us, just know once we are dead, you're also dead.
Now that is what we have happening. Now, Zaza, you know, there's something to be said about the sort of leaders you elect. But there's also something to be said about the narratives that propel such leaders, one, into power, and which maintain them into power. And this is a lesson that can be learned in any nation of the world. It's not just an American or a Middle East lesson. Okay? It's something that has been learned. And the fallback on it, there are those who argue that the war in Sudan,
yes,
Hemedi, who they say was supported greatly by the Qataris, they have their own problems right now. So that supply, that support, they're saying it has waxed and waned. So suddenly, Hemedi isn't doing as well as he could have been.
Right.
So,
in my language, we say, you guy, my guy. That is cray-cray. Now, let's do something called traffic before we get into the magazeti. Barabara zinakaa namna gani?
Traffic.
Wacha sasa niwaambie without what contradicting myself. I'm looking at this road called Ngong Road. Ngong Road is not looking bad at this particular minute. But it's because it's 6:29, so that means that you guys are moving quite well. Gitanga Road naona inakaa sawa sawa, Dennis Pretty Kofiti, Kibra kule ndani it looks absolutely fine. Southlands Estates, if you're living in those particular areas right now, you're actually moving quite well. Ayani Estate sides Kibera Drive huko kosa kabisa. Thika Superhighway is not looking bad at this particular hour, apart from the usual place that is Muthaiga. pale hivyo. I don't know what happened, but it is what it is. They need to expand this road. City, what do you think needs to happen here? Because Muthaiga, that place as you're joining, as you're coming from Kiambu Road, you're coming from Mutali Hotel, Pangani area, there's usually lots and like that traffic there doesn't seem to move.
Look at it this way. Vehicles coming from Thika, coming from town, kuna nafasi ya magari mengi kupita. Magari ambayo yanatoka Kiambu ni single lane. And there are more and more people living in that area.
Yes.
So you will get a gridlock there. Just that little thing that I mentioned. Utapata gridlock.
Yeah.
Upende, uspende. These are problems that they are trying to solve with the discussions about mass transportation.
Yeah.
It's begun a while back. Kibaki era discussions, Uhuru era discussions. We even had some red paint painted on the roads to show where it is that transport.
Even stages were constructed.
Yes, exactly. And then we even talked about Railway City.
Yeah.
And we talked about how the railway was going to be. These aren't projects that can be started and completed with one administration. So we have to understand what the blueprint is, or the master plan.
Yes.
And we say, okay, presidency imefanya ikafika hapa, then the other guy picks up and continues. Yes, but we've been in need for it for a long time.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thika Superhighway, man, all the way from Kenyatta University, it's tricky. Watu wa Airport North Road, pia nyinyi muko pabaya. Eastern Bypass, nini.
What has happened today?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking, it is just red all over, and I'm like, weh? Mombasa County, that is. Today, actually, you guys have traffic. This road known as Mwembe Tayari Road, iko na traffic. Muyaka Road, iko na traffic. Huku ni wapi? Sega Road, kule mko na traffic. Huku kwingine kunajulikana kama Ronald Ngala, mko na traffic. Buxton Point Apartments kule mko na traffic. Ronald Ngala nimesema hiyo iko na traffic. If you see something on the road that I should know about, well, holla at a brother.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Thika Superhighway, si wanatengenezwa expressway. So these guys are going to have a good time once that is constructed. But before that, they say that it's going to get worse before it gets better. So when they start, I think they say they'll start constructing that expressway when? In September? I don't know.
I've heard of it. I am yet to come across the full plan.
Yes.
When I do, then I will be in a position to comment on it knowledgeably.
As of now, traffic inashikamananga. Unajua kushikamananga? Hiyo barabara ushikama. When they are constructing when they were constructing the expressway on Mombasa Road, man, that thing was bad. Used to get home past midnight.
Seriously?
Yes. Sasa ulitoka town saa 7. Na juwezi acha gari yako hapo utembee. You just have to wait with it.
Wewe vumilia tu kwa Mkenya.
Hakuna kitu unaweza do by the way. Ruto magharibi kuvuruga upinzani, hivyo ndivyo wanasema pa katika Taifa Leo front page. Rais William Ruto azindua ujenzi wa barabara ya Malinya Eregi Chavakali katika kaunti ya Vihiga jana. Nipe nikupe, hivyo ndivyo wanasema hapa. Ziara za upinzani katika maeneo ya Kakamega, Busia, Vihiga na Gusii majuzi zilichangamkiwa zaidi, hali inayoonekana kumtia Ruto wasiwasi. Rais asema rekodi yake ya maendeleo itamuokoa mwaka wa 2027. Biashara sasa za noga huku Eid ikikaribia. Baadhi ya biashara zauza hadi usiku wa manane badala ya kufunga jioni kama kawaida. Okay. Ugonjwa wa ajabu uliolemaza vizazi vitatu vya familia. Jumla ya watu 12 katika vizazi vya familia moja ya Machakos wamelemaa kabla ya kufa kwa ugonjwa huo wa kutisha. Hiyo katika ukurasa wa pili. Okay, ugonjwa upi huu?
Ugonjwa
ugonjwa wa ajabu. uliolemaza vizazi vitatu vya familia, 3 generations.
Yes, wameitaja wakasema ni ugonjwa iko na jina.
Wanasema jumla ya watu 12 katika vizazi vya familia moja ya Machakos wamelemaa kabla ya kufa kwa ugonjwa huo wa kutisha. Wacha nitafungua ukurasa wa pili tuangalie. Meanwhile wanasema Wanga, Ayako na Orengo hawapumui. Wanamaanisha nini? Magavana hao wakabiliwa na upinzani mkali katika uchaguzi mkuu ujao bila uwepo wa Raila. Hiyo utaipata katika ukurasa wa 4. Australia na Japan zakataa kusaidia Trump. Amerika ilikuwa imeomba mataifa rafiki kuisaidia kulinda meli za mafuta kule Hormuz.
Watu wanasema hakuna.
Australia na Japan, Australia akasema no, we might be not doing that. Japan nao akasema kidogo itakuwa tricky bro. Chelsea na Manchester City waomba muujiza UEFA. Timu hizi zahitaji kufunga Paris Saint-Germain na Real Madrid anga mabao 3-0 ama 3 nunge leo ili zipige hatua. Hiyo iko katika ukurasa wa 13 hadi pale ukurasa wa 20. Haya, wacha tusome ukurasa wa pili. Ulikuwa unasema nini? Ugonjwa huu ni upi huu ambao umetajwa, ambao kidogo unanipiga chenga kuuelewa? Gonjwa la ajabu la andama familia. Familia moja katika kaunti ya Machakos inaandamwa na ugonjwa usio wa kawaida unaoridhishwa kutoka kizazi kimoja hadi kingine, ambao huwadhoofisha wahasiriwa wake, kuwapokonya uwezo wa kuzungumza na kuona kabla ya kifo. So it cripples them basically. It disables them because from a picture I'm seeing here, there seems to be a patient who is on a mechanized wheelchair and he's unable to obviously see.
There's a disease called muscular dystrophy. It is hereditary.
Yes.
And it's what causes that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Muscular dystrophy is actually when your muscles just fail and they sort of like eat themselves.
Yes.
For lack of a better word. Yeah.
Unaanza kutembea then pole pole unashtukia tu huwezi kutembea with nothing. And you end up in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's quite sad. Quite sad. You know, there are diseases on this earth. They're non-communicable, but my friend, they are scary. We have multiple sclerosis. We have now this one, muscle dystrophy. And then these are things when you get, you honestly start losing your mind, for lack of a better word. But yeah, you can get the full scoop on page 2 of Taifa Leo. On to the Standard newspaper front page. Hostile takeover is what they're calling it. We can see the front page there of the Nairobi hospital, and then a picture of the president, that is William Ruto. Quadrangles is what they're calling it.
The implication is that it is William Ruto who's behind the problem, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. Now, in a case that reeks of high-stakes politics, Nairobi hospital board members spent 7 hours in the boot of a police vehicle before appearing at Milimani Law Courts yesterday. Among them was 80-year-old heart patient Dr. Job Obwaka, whose arrest on Friday sparked...
Heart patient?
Sorry?
America heart patient.
Among them was 80-year-old heart patient... Okay. I know he's a cardiologist, right? Mm-hmm. Could he also be having heart issues?
Yes.
Okay, so he's a heart patient.
All right.
And he's also a cardiologist. So Dr. Job Obwaka, whose arrest on Friday sparked outrage across the medical fraternity, opposition leaders allege a hostile takeover of the historic institution, accusing President William Ruto of orchestrating the moves. You can read it on page 3. Over to you, CT.
Okay. This country is getting more and more interesting. So anything that seems vile, the president's name keeps coming up.
Yeah, I was watching this news yesterday, and I think he's the patron of that hospital, isn't he?
I don't know.
President Ruto, that is.
I don't know. Why would the president be the patron of a hospital?
What do you mean?
It's a simple enough question. Why would a president be the patron of a private hospital? Why?
Okay.
I don't know about the patronage of that hospital. The questions I'm asking out of ignorance. I don't know. That's why I'm asking. Yes.
Sawa basi.
Let me read the headline now. Let me start. I'm looking at the business day.
Actually, he is the current patron of of the Nairobi hospital, which is owned by the Kenya Hospital Association. So that is why perhaps his name is being mentioned over and over in this particular case. So yeah, he is the patron of Nairobi Hospital, and actually that role is usually taken over by the sitting president of the country at the time. So
is that what the owners of the hospital determined?
Yes, it actually started with Sir Evelyn Baring, former governor of Kenya during the colonial times.
And ikaendelea hivyo. Jomo Kenyatta alikuwa patron.
Jomo Kenyatta, Moi, wote.
So kila mtu.
Kibaki,
Sina I'm informed. I know. Vegetable export earnings fall by 68% on EU pesticide rules. We're talking about Kenya and how it is that there's a pesticide rule that is determining how much we can export to Europe. Kenya's earnings from vegetable exports have dropped by more than 2/3 in 2 years, hurt by tighter safety compliance check in the EU market. Banks' forex income hit by US dollar surplus, excess dollar liquidity, and the decision by the CPK to hold the shilling steady against the greenback has curbed banks' revenue from forex trading. Why, I don't understand, but that's what they say. State starts Cyton asset auction to recover investors' 11 billion. The state will today open the auction of Cyton Investments' multi-billion shilling real estate properties under 2 investment vehicles, paving the way for the recovery of 11 billion belonging to 3,000 investors. Business Registration Services is seeking bids for properties linked to Cyton High Yield Solutions, Cyton Real Estate Project Notes. The auction comes months after Cyton Investment lost all 19 appeal challenges, challenging the liquidation of the 2 investment vehicles. In November last year, the Court of Appeal upheld the court's verdict dismissing attempts by creditors and certain investors to halt the liquidation process. The decision to liquidate Cyton's 2 funds come after they failed to meet their financial obligations to investors. Defaults on interest triggered a legal process that led CHYS and CPN being placed under liquidation on January 6, 2023 in an effort to recover investors' money. Simple, straightforward. Back in the middle of the paper, how Nairobi Hospital Board fight triggers 2.2 billion loss. Abandoned projects cost hospital 894 million. Ex-CEO awarded 206 million compensation after 6 months on the job. The Nairobi Hospital sank into a 2.21 billion loss for the financial year ending December 2024, weighed down by prolonged boardroom wrangles that led to payouts for bungled projects, unfair dismissal claims, legal fees, and write-off of abandoned buildings. The losses stem largely from expenses tied to arbitration claims, court awards, project suspensions, and asset impairments linked to decisions taken in the wake of prolonged board wrangles, which appear far from over. The financial hit disclosed in the latest annual report shows how costly governance battles have spilled over into operations. And there's then a picture in the middle of this of hospital directors. They say from left, Valerie Akinyi Gaya, Job Obwaka, Samson Kinyanjui, and former board chairman Chris Bichage in the dock at the Milimani courts of Nairobi yesterday. Okay? This is a story that continues on page 2, and boy does it continue. Okay?
Yeah.
Yep. It's a long story and it's been going on for some time, and it looks like now it has reached where it has what? Reached. Let's look at the Daily Nation. State House wades into Nairobi hospital crisis. Page 3 is where the full story is, but this is what it says. President Ruto has intervened in the power struggle at the Nairobi hospital in his capacity as patron of the association that owns the facility. Okay? Right. Nairobi hospital crisis, arrests, raids, and letters to the president. Health CS dismisses claims by some politicians that President Ruto wants to take over the hospital. Remember?
Yeah.
Patron, the headline in the Standard seems to imply that he wants to take this over.
Actually, it is the hospital board stroke management that went and just told him, yo bro, just can you intervene in this now as our patron?
Hii kitu imekuwa mbaya.
Kuna hizi vitu 1 2 3 1 2 3 wewe buona venye utafanya.
What does the Standard seem to imply?
It seems to imply that from its headline, hostile takeover. I don't know if you can take over something if you're the patron. I don't know.
And why is it hostile and you're already the patron? Hostile often means an outsider.
What is the purpose of a patron?
essentially oversight.
Exactly. Sindio? So unawasaidia.
Ulienda kwao. But you know, this problem has been going on for years, decades actually. And at the heart of this problem is the tons and piles of money that Nairobi Hospital makes.
But did they really have to arrest Dr. Obwaka in the manner they did?
There's something I wish to understand. The way they arrest people, let me start there. They don't have to arrest people the way they arrest people.
Yeah. I mean, for someone of Dr. Obwaka's age.
So just age. Stature, bwana.
That's
a very senior member of Kenyan society.
Exactly.
Of the medical fraternity.
I remember what Governor Natembea told us when he was here. He said, look, if you call me to come, I will actually come. So I don't know if they called Dr. Obwaka and he ignored them. And then when they actually went to arrest him in where they found him, was he resisting arrest? Why do you have to bundle him into a boot? You know, this is an elderly man, yeah. And then, like you're saying, he's a respected person of the Kenyan community. There are certain ways, hata kama mtu amefanya makosa, mkamate vizuri, mpeleke kotini kama inavyopaswa, ashtakiwe, apatikane na hatia, then afungwe, ama akosekane hana hatia, apatikane hana hatia, na achiliwe. At the end of the day, no harm, no foul.
Let me tell you, it's a culture we have.
Yeah. Do you mind using this thing?
Oh, hi.
Yes.
Hello.
Right.
It's a culture we have.
Yes.
It looks like the moment it is determined that you should be arrested, they understand. It's not just the police. Yeah. Have you seen how can you treat people?
Yes, I have.
My goodness.
What is so difficult about just telling someone, City Muga, you're under arrest?
Yes, or just weka gari kanu tafadhali. In makosa yako, tafadhali twende pale. Simple.
Shuka tunakupeleka police station
or
kwa hatia ifuatayo.
Bas. They are in your car, you're being harassed, somebody has taken your keys. You're thinking, what?
Actually, I like how NTSA stroke police arrest drunkards. Ukishuka pale ile alcohol ile umepuliza. My friend hao wanakushikanga vizuri sana. Wanakwambianga mzee ama mama, si hata wewe unaona umelewa. Uko lakini anakwambia haya sawa kitu fanye, fungo za gari leta, panda pale. They take you to the truck or van or whatever it is that they have waiting for you. Then you're loaded in there and your car is towed.
Simple.
It's as simple as that. Mambo mengine baadaye. Hii ingine ya Dr. Obwaka ndio sielewi.
5 senior doctors and a legal advisor at the Nairobi hospital yesterday said they wrote to President William Ruto in February seeking his intervention to save the hospital from financial collapse. The doctors said they approached the president as the patron of the Kenya Hospital Association and membership body that owns the hospital. The revelation came as Dr. Job Obwaka, the KHA Nairobi Hospital chairperson, and 3 others were arrested on Saturday and were charged at Mikilimani courts with falsification of the association's members' register, among others. At the same time, former Attorney General Justin Muturi accused the president of using his chief of staff to take over the hospital through raids on board members' residents to coerce them into resigning. Professor Stephen Muhudia, a member of the KHM Medical Advisory Committee, told a press conference that audited financial statements showed losses exceeding 3 billion, including a deficit of approximately 2 billion in 2024 alone. That's 5 billion. The hospital owes suppliers in excess of 4 billion, and some have suspended delivery of essential drugs and medical equipment, leaving doctors and staff struggling to provide timely and safe care. Over the years, cash and cash equivalent reserves of 91 billion accumulated through depreciation have vanished or have been siphoned out. He said, 91 billion.
Gone. It's a wrap.
Professor Mudia added that the board's actions had pushed legal fees to over 80 million in 2024 in a bid to retain leadership. Some board members loaded over 300 individuals into the membership register and bussed them to the hospital to vote at the annual general meeting. The membership was covered by a single lump payment of 5 million with no nomination process, vetting of board approval, a direct attempt to rig votes and entrench themselves in power. The team says the CEO and company secretary had defied conservatory orders issued by Justice Nixon Sifuna in 2025 November, which froze all financial transactions, capital projects, and official meetings, and held an AGM. They described the approach to the president as a last resort, having first contracted head of public service Felix Kosgei in March 2025, then Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale in November. Mr. Kosgei referred the matter to the AG, who obtained search and seizure warrants to investigate corporate fund malfeasance and non-compliance with the Companies Act.
CS Duale actually did say this yesterday when he was in Mombasa.
Sasa ukisoma hii yote ambayo imeandikwa, is it then not easy to understand how people got arrested? But were they supposed to be treated the way they were treated? Surely.
No. You already have someone in custody. They do not have to be in a boot of a vehicle. But yeah, CS Duale alisema hivi jana. Alisema ya kwamba the Nairobi Hospital is a national institution, you know. He said this thing has been there for wengine walizaliwa wakaipata hapo.
So wengine
the
vast majority of Kenyans walizaliwa wakapata hiyo kitu bado.
Who are alive today, eh?
Yes, yeah, vast majority.
Yeah, so CS Duale was saying that, guys, look, we are not going to let this institution go down. Regardless of what you guys are saying, mupige kelele, but at the end of the day, we shall ensure that Nairobi Hospital gets back on its feet, because it is a national treasure in very many words. That's what I understood. You know what? I wish them all the best as long as they stick to the law.
Mimi bwana nangojea nielewe.
Right. Unaweza pata Dr. Bwaka umlete hapa atueleze kwa kina nini.
I will call him. I will call him once. I will call him.
Once the things settle.
I will call him.
Right.
I will call him.
Right.
But I will also call Dr. Mudia. And since he's a member of the board,
right,
and this is something that if it's something they can come and talk about,
why not?
We'll ask them to both come and tell us their side of the story.
Yes.
Yes.
Ndio tuelewe.
Yes.
Ndio tuelewe this hostile takeover.
But I will start it off by bringing in a friend of mine,
right,
who was also a board member, and he can tell us his side of the story.
Or he was, meaning that he is no longer.
He is, and he's the one who informed me at in great details what the trials and tribulations that Nairobi Hospital have. I have a friend who was a board member and resigned because of these things. He said, this one is going to blow up.
Tricky.
And I do not wish to be part of this thing. And he left.
Yeah. So, if I look at the Standard newspaper here, page 3, I'm seeing from left, Valerie Akini Gaya, Job Lukuru Obwaka, this is Dr. Obwaka, right? Samson Mbodhe Kinyanjui and Chris Bichage follow proceedings in the dock at the Milimani Law Courts after denying charges linked to alleged conflict of interest and failure to lodge financial statements for Kenya Hospital Association Limited. This is the association that actually owns the Nairobi Hospital. They say that KHA is a non-profit making organization.
Yes, that's why they had a reserve of 91 billion.
Can I say that again?
Yes.
They say that Kenya Hospital Association Limited is a non-profit organization.
According to the Nation, they had a 91 billion reserve which disappeared. Those are the sort of things that a non-profit organization tends to have.
Do you know how
Cash
much
reserves.
Do you know how much it costs to be treated at Nairobi Hospital?
I do.
You want to tell me that's a non-profit price?
Yes. Non-profit doesn't mean it doesn't make profit. Non-profit
means it doesn't make profit. It means that they just break even.
No. Non-profit means it is not for profit, meaning sio entity ambapo kuna mashareholder where at the end of the day kuna watu wanapewa madividend na nini. That's the implication. It doesn't mean that people are not paid well. It doesn't mean that there is no money made. The money is intended to be reinvested into the business. It is not doled out in terms of benefits to people who are either directors, etc.
Do you know, I know of for-profit organizations, hospitals that actually charge less than Nairobi Hospital and they make lots and lots of profit.
Are you aware of the sort of freedoms we have in this country? And are you aware of the things that you can and cannot do?
I have been treated at this hospital and I have paid literally a limb and a leg. But you get what I mean, right?
Yes, I do get what you mean.
Right.
But I also get that you have other options to go to other hospitals.
Aye. Sawa. Utaita hawa watu wakuja hapa hivi watuambie rada ni gani?
You see, when an entity is registered as serving charitable interests, okay, it's not that they want to make money. No, their sole purpose is not to make money. Remember, as I told you, si biashara where kuna dividend, kuna manini. No. Whatever money they make should be channeled towards expanding the facilities, benefiting people, helping others. That's the whole purpose. That's what it means.
Yes.
It doesn't mean they want to make money. No. But now it looks like the accusation is that the president wants to own the hospital, isn't it?
So this is, look, 6 senior consultants say they turned to Ruto in his capacity as patron to save the hospital. But former Attorney General Justin Muturi says president is using the crisis to install loyalists. Do you think?
The evidence would be nice, wouldn't it? I've heard what the former AG has said. Perhaps if he could provide us some evidence to support what he has said, I'd be happy.
Amesema hivi, the directors remain firm. They will not succumb to intimidation or threats. Power is transient and should be used for the greater good of this country, not to suppress minorities or violate private entities.
So what is he talking about?
This is according to former AG Justin Muturi. Charles Kanjama, LSK president, alisema hivi jana, we have a doctor who is about 80 years old who has a heart condition. As we speak, his situation is deteriorating. He is just there at the car park waiting to hear whether he will be charged or not. Yesterday we saw several, not political but legal bigwigs at the courts wakitetea these particular folks who are in the dock. I saw Nelson Harvey, former LSK president. We have Charles Kanjama, of course, current president, and several others. Walikuwa pale bwana, nikasema this case must be very, very, very important, because by the time you're having all these senior counsels, if I may call them, come in there to, to ensure that they secure your release, or at least they ensure that you've had a fair hearing. Hii kitu iko na drama mingi city. And that's why we need some of those folks you've mentioned. For example, Dr. Bwaka. Umesema teta ni mwingine kama utampata?
Yeah, the gentleman who's quoted there, Dr. Mudia. I am going to look for him.
Yeah.
And I will ask all of them. And also ask, in fact, I've already sent a message to him.
Yeah.
I've sent messages. I'm waiting for the responses so that they can come and explain to us what. But this rot at Nairobi Hospital has been there for quite some time.
Do you know who else you can call?
Who?
Professor Manyora.
I know. He's the one I've sent a message to.
Mohamed Burunga amesema invite Professor Manyora as well. He seems to know a thing or two about the Nairobi Hospital saga.
He's been on that board. Yes.
Atueleze kwa kina. Kwani ni nini hiki hatujui? Wanjala says, good morning City and Paul tuning in from Tudor, thank you. Fighter amesema, good morning Radio Generation. Mzee kijana City na kijana mzee Mbuvi, do you still need boats to wade around the city? Anasema anatutizama kutoka Mississippi. Yeah, it's we don't need. The floods subsided. We are waiting to see what happens in the next couple of days, but we've been warned. The Met Department has made it very clear that we're going to experience some heavy downpour going forward, so we need to be very careful. And actually people around riparian lands have been told to be careful, and in my opinion I was just like, don't be careful, move, exit, like toka leo, usingoje kuambiwa toka. You can always recover, because some of the folks that were actually being told to watch out, they're not necessarily on the riparian land, but they are close to it. So it's not like they are encroaching on the land, but they've been told nonetheless, be careful. I am saying, my friend Tokeni, especially if you've experienced floods before in the place that you live, wewe toka tu, usingoje. You don't have to wait for search and rescue. Speaking of which, there's a building that collapsed yesterday in Nairobi's Blue Estate City. 4 people confirmed dead following a building collapse that is yesterday at Shauri Moyo, Kamukunji sub-county. Watu walikuwa wameenda kuiba scrap metal. Then the building fell on them.
Oh dear. This amount of water that we have currently can weaken many structures.
Yeah.
When we had former Senator Sylvia Kasanga, she said something quite alarming. He said very many buildings in this city are on the verge of collapsing. Now,
I actually can't remember the percentage, but she put it above 50.
I can't remember, that's why I'm not mentioning it.
Yeah.
But, and she gave reasons as why she thought so.
Yeah.
With the deluge that we now have, many structures will be weakened. And so it is safe to say that there is an imminent possibility that other buildings are going to collapse.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hi. So. Here's the news with Winnie Maganga. Then when we return, of course, we shall get into our conversation, our first conversation of the day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. Comfort living moments brought to you by Tile and Carpet Kenya.
From our Miti Kitten range, we celebrate the spaces where Suhoor is prepared with love, bringing peace and unity to your morning.
Comfort living moments brought to you by Tile and Carpet Kenya. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja has proposed new measures to address frequent flooding in Nairobi. The Nairobi governor says buildings constructed along river banks will be demolished to allow water to flow freely. Sakaja warned that people who have built houses along the rivers will have to move, saying they are not supposed to be there. The Department of Immigration Services has denied claims that Kenyan passports were issued to foreigners using questionable documents. Appearing before the National Assembly Committee on Administration and Internal Security, Immigration Principal Secretary Belio Kipsang said no non-Kenyans have been given Kenyan passports. His statement comes weeks after leaked internal report from the Directorate of Immigration Services alleged that some passports had been issued to foreign individuals.
On issuance of some of these documents to non-Kenyans, I would want to assure everybody that we only issue these documents to Kenyans. Mainly our IDs and birth certificates, and you cannot get any other documents unless you have the IDs and the birth certificates.
The government of Russia has placed Kenyans on a stop list, meaning they can no longer be recruited as military contractors. Russian authorities say they will also not pay for the return of Kenyans who had already been recruited to fight in the war between Russia and Ukraine. The move follows agreements between Foreign Affairs CS Musalia Mudavadi, who is in Moscow, and his Russian counterpart Sergei Lavrov.
We have now agreed that Kenyans shall not be enlisted through the Department of Defense or Ministry of Defense here. They'll no longer be eligible for enlisting in the special operations, and we want to appreciate that.
All Kenyans, as well as many citizens of other states who signed contracts in order to participate in the special military operation, they did it on a voluntary basis.
Senate Speaker Amason Kingi has declared his party, the Pamoja African Alliance, will not field candidates in the 2027 polls. Kingi said instead his party will back UDA at every level. He added that this follows talks with President William Ruto and grassroots leaders.
Na baada ya mikutano ile ambayo tumekuwa nao na Mheshimiwa Rais, nataka niwatangazie rasmi kwamba mwaka ujao chama cha Pamoja African Alliance hakitaweka wagombezi katika nyadhifa yoyote, na lile jeshi ambalo lilikuwa nilisimame kupitia chama cha PA, lile jeshi lote sasa litasimama likipeperusha bendera ya UDA.
The United Arab Emirates on Tuesday announced a temporary but full closure of its airspace as a precaution amid the ongoing Middle East war. The General Civil Aviation Authority said the closure was an exceptional precautionary measure aimed at ensuring the safety of flights and air crews and safeguarding the UAE's territory. The authority said the move followed a comprehensive review of security and operational risk and was made in coordination with relevant national and international bodies. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome back. This is Radio Generation. The time right now is 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi and I'm with City Muga here in the studio. City, umesalimiwa kutoka Nakuru na polite tall guy.
Asante sana, brother.
All right. Keep on sending your salams. Shall definitely sample them as we go forward. In this particular hour, we want to talk about your career choices, university placements, and so on and so forth. But before we do that, big shout out to one Ndongo Wainaina. How are you doing, Ndongo? Ndongo amesema kuna petition hapa hivi imesema that this renewed smartmatic contract has been revoked. We shall revisit that conversation kidogo tu. Balozi Eric Meja wa Seregea amesema hebu tuamke twende tutafutie World Bank pesa zao. Hey, that story is depressing.
Why?
Because it is depressing, City.
What's depressing about it, bro?
Because we are paying loans. Some of them odious debts that we actually do not have to pay, but hey, here we are. In this hour, though, we're not talking about odious debts. We are talking about, like I said, university placements, career choices, and so on and so forth. With us is Joseph Mureithi. He is the founder of Career Answer Point Education Policy, and he is also an education expert as far as CBE and CBC is concerned. Joseph Mureithi, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning.
Maybe you can tell us a little bit about Career Answer Point.
Yes. This is an organization,
right?
That is formed to address the issues of career information, because based on my experience, where I find that students sometimes when they clear their Form 4, they are not able to choose appropriate courses. They lack adequate information. Mm-hmm. And my experience as a lecturer, particularly at Kagumo Training College,
right,
where I train diploma in secondary education students,
right,
I have found some students, they finish 5 years ago, 10 years ago, then they think of coming back to do a diploma in education, even having degrees. And I trace that to lack of adequate information on career choices.
Right.
And that's why I came in with this organization, so that I can be able, because I was asking myself questions. I was asking myself questions. Why did somebody pursue a certain course, then goes out,
yes,
stays for 5 years, then thinks of coming back to college and do a diploma in education.
Right.
It actually indicates that there was a gap in terms of information, in terms of career choice. And that's why in my effort to find those answers,
right,
I decided to come up with Career Answer Point, so that I can address those pertinent issues, so that we don't have this kind of issues coming out again, or reduce them to a certain extent.
All right.
Yes.
Now, KUCCPS has opened its portal. Do you think applicants, candidates, or whatever we want to call them, are well prepared to make this career choice? Because this is the first point of that career choice, when they decide which university or which college to attend and what courses they are going to study.
From the background that I have given you, I don't think they are very prepared, and that's why we are here as career answer point.
Okay.
They need to be prepared. They need to be informed. They need to be told how to navigate the COOPS application, so that we don't have this kind of mistake whereby one is disoriented, and sometimes they're very frustrating when you do a course for 4 years, and then you find yourself you have nowhere to go.
Hold on, Joseph.
Yes.
Are you saying that the portal is difficult to navigate, or it's confusing? What's the issue exactly?
It depends. We come from very different backgrounds.
Very true.
Some of them are not able to navigate it properly.
Okay.
And I can attest to this. For example,
yeah.
You find, let's say, a course like medicine, for example. You'll see what you call the minimum qualification. So the moment you fill that portal, it will accept, even if you have a B minus, even if you have it will accept, since you have the minimum qualification.
Hold on. You said if I have a B minus.
Let's say a B minus. You have the minimum qualification, for example.
All right.
Like let's say like medicine, for example, requires C+ in maths or physics, C+ in bio, C+ in chem,
right.
C+ in English or Kiswahili. So the moment you
I have those qualifications, so I go there and apply for medicine at Kenyatta University.
It will accept.
Okay.
Yes. But you see, now you have to consider the cut-off points,
okay,
of that course. So another thing apart from that, you find that people are not informed about it. They just see the courses there in listed
in the portal.
In the portal,
right?
All manner of courses, but they don't know which entails this course. Where do I go when I get this? They see all manner of names. For example, I like the other day I saw a course, a Bachelor of Education in Justice and Peace. So that navigating those courses requires adequate information.
So at what point does a candidate get to learn of all these things? Should they be taught, as they complete their Form 4, or their secondary education, or should they be told about it immediately after they have done their KCSE and they're told, okay, now Mungala Mbuvi, you want to attend university, now this is how to go about it?
I think the school principals need to invest so much. I know they have invested quite much on motivational talks.
Okay.
How to revise, how to pass exams, and they do it. You find a school almost taking everybody to university. But now they are not well informed about if I score this, if I get this grade,
right?
What are my options? Because I may not, for example, get an A to for example, to do medicine in a public university. So if I get a B, what else? How do I select? So in as much as the school principals have invested quite much on motivational talks, they should also invest even with this with my organization,
right?
So that we can guide them adequately before they do their exam. And they also inform them about the existence of such a, so that after they finish,
yes,
they can consult us before they do the selection.
That's a lot of consultation.
Yes, it in a biddy.
Yeah.
In a biddy because of what I have told you.
All right.
Having learners students who did degree 5, 6, 10 years ago, coming back, and I believe in KMTC the same. Somebody had a B, did go and did a course in, for example, I have seen students in biochemistry,
right,
in biotechnology,
right,
even in journalism, coming back to Kagumu.
Yeah. So to study or to learn how to become teachers.
To be teachers, because they are seeing students who scored even lower marks already. Perhaps they have jobs. Or even going to KMTC to do medicine or nursing. So this information should start in school and then they be informed after that, you can consult even more widely, because now the results are out. And now you may not score what you expected. Plus also the competition.
Right.
So are we saying that this information is not available in schools?
It's not adequately available. We could not be having such a case. The reason I'm telling this, the other day, I got a call from a parent, and the son wants to do software engineering. And when you ask him, he does not know exactly what is
software engineering,
what it entails, and does not know exactly. It's just a name that is it's a heavy name, but really does not know exactly what it entails and the opportunity that could be available. So that information is not, it's there, but it has not been adequately grounded among our students, because the main concentration when we are in school, especially with 844, is I score and I get the minimum qualification.
City, you are a teacher and a principal as well. How did you handle your kids when it came to career choice and selection of university courses?
In theory, we had a teacher who was supposed to be in charge of career development, but this is the same teacher who was supposed to be helping students with guidance, counseling and guidance into some of these matters. But what I found now, when I had the authority as a head teacher, was I would have meetings with the parents, and it would start not in Form 4 when they're doing the exam, it would start in Form 3.
Okay.
And the reason is because the biggest influence in the choices that of career paths that students had were from their parents. And there are many parents who thought they were well informed about career choices, but that was not the case. Many parents insisted on students choosing career courses because they wanted to fulfill a vicarious need, meaning what they didn't do, they want now their children to do.
So I wanted to become a lawyer, and since I didn't qualify, now I make my daughter do law.
Yes. Some wanted children to choose careers that gave them the parents' prestige, as opposed to looking at what the children could actually do. And then children from among themselves had ideas of what careers were good, but that was before the information age that we are now in, where somebody can actually determine to find out what these courses actually involved in detail. Now you can actually find out. So when you're having a discussion about it with an expert, you come in when you already have a clear idea of what your choice is. Then they can tell you what path you can follow. But there's a problem here. I am not very certain about the career or the subjects that are offered in our universities or in the institutions of higher learning, and how these tandem with the needs that the country has. I'm not certain whether how well this is choreographed or how well this is organized, because if you have a direction in which you want the country to follow, then the process of educating the younger members of society should also move in that direction. Now, so you train people who can train them to go in that direction. Now, people who are teachers like myself and Mwalimu here, we are trained to teach, so we know what to do. And we will do it well to the best of our abilities. But again, we have this problem where you will know full well that you are taking a course where you're training people, but when you look at the market, you realize we're going to have a problem up ahead here.
Actually, that's a very good perspective. I don't know, Mr. Moridi, you can help us understand what is being offered currently and what is in the market, and actually even market expectations. Are they in tandem?
Sometimes they are not in tandem. Just like what I was telling you. Initially, when we were schooling, we used to have a bit general courses. Like BSc, BA, BCom. There are not many. But now many courses have emerged, and with the big names. For example, I told you about the Justice and Peace, BA in History, BA in Geography, Conservation, very specific courses. sincerely, that one, it really limits that learner. So sometimes these universities are coming up with courses at bachelor's level,
yes,
which should actually be at master's level. Project management,
yes,
such courses. They are so specific, and therefore this learner is or this student, once it becomes very limited in terms of the options that are available.
Yeah.
So there are actually many courses that are not in tandem with market demand, especially at bachelor's level. They are not. But I think that perhaps what they do is that they come up with courses perhaps to expand the maybe the job opportunities and all that. But sincerely, there are courses that once a student does, and you tell him to start that there are archives. Tell me how you can get a job. Uangalie hivi uone hakuna pahali unaweza enda. Know that course, or not that, even what you can do with it there.
Yeah.
If you find that your course ukisimama pale town center, there's nothing you can do with it, then that one is not a good course.
You're actually right.
A problem.
You're right, because I think it was either this year or sometime last year, universities were actually told to revise their courses, to start looking at their, because some of them are actually useless in the market. Some of them are outdated. They are no longer in line with what is in the demands of the market. But let's get back now to selecting a university course. You've already said the first thing you need to consider is the grade that you acquired in your examination. What is the next thing that I need to consider?
Okay. The first thing, of course, there's the issue of the interest. When you are choosing a career, there's the issue of interest, there's the issue of ability, there's the issue of personality. But then you can have the ability, but you don't have the cutoff point. And I think most of the students do not have the money, because the moment you have money, because what they normally do is that, like now, let's say University of Nairobi has maybe 300 vacancies for medicine.
Yes.
And you have applied 1,000. So they rank. Coops is very genuine, because I have seen very many students.
Yes.
They rank you. So when they rank you, you may find that only A students will go to medicine. But or even somebody with a B minus has minimum
requirements.
So in as much as you may have the interest, you may have even the ability, because the ability is not defined by the cutoff point, defined by the minimum requirement.
Yes.
You may not go for that course. Yeah. So once it's always good to consider that, but also now consider the cutoff point.
Yes.
Because I see, like, if, for example, last year, just to give an example, if medicine was taking less, in a certain university was taking a cluster of 39 points.
Yes.
And you have that 8, why should you apply that course? Because this year it is going to be more competitive. And that's why you have that guideline there for the last 3 years, how much was taking. So in as much as you may consider the interest, the passion and all that, and also the ability, because you have the ability, also look at the cutoff point. Once you find that you cannot fit in that, go to the second option. Yeah, go to the second option.
Yes.
Go to the third option. So that you may have at least a course that you can be able to choose. Yes.
Now, but I also have the option of going to private university, right?
Yeah.
So, like, for example, let's go with medicine. If I didn't qualify in any of the public institutions, I can choose to go to MKU, for example. I think they offer medicine, or I can go to KEMU. I think they also offer medicine. And if they consider my qualifications are enough, then it's okay. I can still pursue it, right?
No, not even that. When you have money, even you go to University of Nairobi with a minimum qualification, you are still going to get a chance.
Oh.
You'll get a chance.
But in the...
but now in the government sponsored, whereby you get the scholarship.
Yes.
And they also get the help.
Aha.
Yeah. Initially, before this government came in, students used to choose private universities, and you are funded equally, which actually opened some opportunities, like they were saying, like Mount Kenya, like Kemu, like Uzima. Those ones they really produced even. They have chances for medicine.
All right.
So more students could access with the same funding. But now with this government, what you can only access now is help if you choose private universities.
Okay.
For somebody with the funds, that one has no problem. Can comfortably choose so long as you have the minimum qualification.
Okay.
But most of our learners, or most of the students, or most of the Kenyans,
yes,
do not have that money. So they rely on the spaces that are in the public institutions, so that they have they can have a higher probability of getting of at least to be budded and to be given a scholarship, and they also help. So otherwise, if you have the qualification, you can go to the same public universities and you have the qualification and the money, or even go to private university like Mount Kenya.
Okay,
they are there. Yeah. So for the people with the resources, those ones at least for them, they just need to have perhaps the passion and the ability and the grade.
Now, I know our universities are offering very many courses, and you've said some of them are neither here nor there.
Yeah.
What is currently marketable? Because that is question number one for every parent who's just had a candidate graduate from high school. Because they're like, okay, sasa huyu afanye BCom, ama afanye biotechnology ulikuwa unasema, ama should they do medicine, should they do law? They're the common ones that are well known. But there are also some perhaps that we don't even know that are equally marketable, if not even better.
Okay, to start with, obviously, apart from now, starting with the traditional ones, of course, like medicine. And the medicine, this one should go to both human and also animals.
Oh, yeah, the veterinary sciences.
Yeah, the veterinary sciences, because people are now adopting modern animal production technologies, the dairy farming, and you find that these people, you can self-employ yourself with veterinary medicine,
right?
So I would like to emphasize that medicine not only in human, but also in
animals.
In animals,
okay.
Because that's something that you can do. You can be able to have a self-employment.
All right.
Self-employment. Of course, when it comes to medicine, again, it's like recommencing things, it's like nursing are there. Then, of course, law, those are traditional. When it comes now again to teaching, teaching people will always be educated, especially in sciences. We have a shortage right now of teachers, for example, in ICT, in home science, building construction, because we see now they have introduced these STEM courses, which are technical, and there's a shortage of staff in that. So if you have the minimum qualification, that is also an area that you can venture. The technical subjects,
right?
The basic sciences and the languages. Otherwise, with the humanities like history, CRE, there's a challenge in employment. Yeah, there's a big challenge when it comes to
in the technical subjects like you've mentioned.
No, like pure humanities. But technical subjects, we have a shortage.
Okay,
like ICT, building construction, home science, those ones, art and design, music, and even the recently introduced ones like sports science,
yes,
like film, like media technology.
Right.
So if one is interested in teaching, that one can go on that line.
Wait, our children are now being taught. You said film and theater technology.
Yeah, it's there. It's there.
In
high school.
This is in high school now.
Yes.
Senior secondary.
In senior secondary, in grade 10. It's there. It's there.
What would you prefer they were taught instead?
No. I'm not preferring anything. I'm just I'm actually shocked, but yes.
How do they determine, for instance, the courses that should be offered in senior secondary school?
Of course, they will depend. It will depend on the institution's capacity. But basically, the STEM is in all schools. and humanities. But with sports science, is a limited number of schools depending on the facilities.
The question I'm asking is, we have these subjects, yes, and we understand the pillars that have been created, but the subjects that are taught in each of these divisions, how did they arrive at determining what subjects ought to be taught here at the exclusion of others?
I think that's the KICD that sat down and looked at the subjects that can be offered. The KICD sat down with experts, and they came up now with subjects and combinations that can be offered in every pathway.
You know, there's a fault line here. It's a sort of fault line that not just creates valleys, but probably separates nations from one to the other. Why I'm asking is this. This discussion is an important one, but the fault with our education system, given the numbers that we have, is we're still training people to be employed. If you look at two professions that are critical, I'm not saying the others are not important, but two which are critical. I'm looking at education and I'm looking at healthcare.
Yes.
The WHO ratio that they recommend doctor to patient is 1 to 1,000. It's 1 to 17,000. So we have a shortfall. We are 17 times below the requirement. We have a shortage of 116,000 teachers, and yet we are planning to employ another 16,000 only. So the model for employing those who graduate from our institutions of learning isn't working. You can't have such a demand for their services, and yet you can't meet them. The model that trains students to be entrepreneurial seems to be what a population like ours needs. Yet the CBC, good as it is, doesn't do that. So my question is, how do we include a component within the CBC that helps students understand how to employ themselves, how to create projects, how to be entrepreneurial? Because this model of employment is definitely not working.
That one is there. We have community service learning, and that component is where the entrepreneurial skills are taught. There are projects. So, as far as I'm concerned, the CBE curriculum, for example, at senior school, the community service learning is the one that is having that component about financial literacy, about entrepreneurship, about projects whereby, for example, learners can be taught to come up with a project like, let's say, a tree nursery, or a nursery for planting of cabbages or maize or even beehives and all that, in all subjects. That one is well taken care of. Perhaps the implementation could have a challenge, but I can confidently say the way it has been said, because I have taken part in curriculum design, so I know that what is being offered, if it is offered in the best way possible, it can be able to nurture self-employment. And that's why community service learning has been put as a compulsory subject, because that is where now the entrepreneurial skills will be nurtured and cultivated, so that our learners will have, when they go out, they can be able to come up with projects that can be able to sustain them even without formal employment.
Should they not come up with these projects within the school learning system? And should the testing of the viability of these projects not be an examinable option, so that by the time they graduate, this project is actually something viable that is working, as opposed to waiting for them to implement it after they have left university or they've left the college?
The way it has been set, the projects, they will start, it will be examined, and it will be complete. So, for example, like in agriculture, they are supposed to come with a beehive they come with for example with a beehive, and they are taking the whole process,
right,
or even harvesting the honey and all that.
Okay.
So the projects are started and completed and even assessed, and that's why we are talking even about the DO certification, so that if Alana is good at electricity, and gets a certain grade, that learner can have a certificate for electricity alone, so that this person can even go to the order of work directly. So we have that DO certification. It is based on the fact that this learner is going to be engaged in projects that you make him or her acquire skills that can go directly into the labor market. Yes, that one is there. Even that's why we offer even media, so that one can come over there and come here and they challenge you here.
Right. They're very much welcome.
Station. Yes.
But I don't feel we have, like currently, now that we're talking about the market, I don't feel like we have a shortage of anything currently. And correct me if I'm wrong. For example, doctors. I am more than certain we have, because we've had conversations with their unions here. We have a lot of unemployed doctors out there, clinical officers. Nurses are graduating every other month, I think, from all these colleges, KMTC and the likes. So
medical doctors. I mean, every cadre
right
in the health service, we have people who have been trained and yet cannot find places to work.
Exactly.
Same with teachers. But the conundrum here, or the paradox, is that we need them. It's not that there's an oversupply.
Right.
No.
Yeah.
We actually need these people to be engaged. We need them.
And I'm actually coming to the point where you said, for example, we have a shortage of about, you said 160,000 teachers?
116.
116.
Yes, that's a shortage.
Now imagine we have all this unemployed. Actually, I know I have relatives who are teachers who do not have employment.
It is true.
Now you can imagine if we had those people in the job market. Where is the problem? Where is it that we cannot employ them? Because the capacity clearly is there, but why are we not employing them? Are we unable to pay them?
It's something I don't understand, and Mr. Joseph Muredi can assist me here, because when I look at the budget that is allocated to education, this is a purely layman's perspective.
Right.
I get the impression it can do a lot more than what it's doing currently.
And we are currently doing quite well considering ghost schools. But you get my point,
I'm getting a point.
Yes, so where is the problem? Could disconnection iko happy?
I can say one is management of our resources. If you can get it right, we can be able, even if we may not absorb all, but we can absorb a larger percentage. For example, we have, as Mwalimu is saying, we have a shortage of teachers. We have a shortage of medical personnel.
Right.
So I think that one, we need to have a better fiscal management, even in the Ministry of Education, so that we can appropriate our funds properly and adequately, so that we can get these people into employment. Nevertheless, even notwithstanding that, you at least these are, even if one does not get perhaps a government job, you find that even the private sector is also thriving, both in education. Also, there is those markets that are outside Kenya. The other day, I saw the Canadian delegation meeting with the KMTC personnel, so that they can arrange how our nurses can get there.
Yes.
So, to me, I think let's keep on training, because it will come a time when things will be better, and things will not be the same, so that when things stabilize, we will not again have the shortage. But basically, in the medical, in the things like law, things like education, even agriculture, even IT.
Yes.
Though IT, I find it funny because it can have a lot of opportunities. At the same time, it may not have opportunities.
Okay.
It depends on a lot of innovativeness. And that's why I'm advising our learners or our students to be a bit general in terms of, because the ideas that are coming up in technology, for example, in software engineering, artificial intelligence, we also have data analytics and all that, cyber and cyber crime. But my advice would be to be a bit general at bachelor's level.
Okay.
Then perhaps look for certifications. So IT can have a lot of opportunities, but at the same time it may not lack opportunities, particularly if you are not innovative. If you are not innovative, you will go back to your degree at home. You need to be very innovative. You need to have knowledge, for example, in digital marketing. Get certifications in terms of cybersecurity, in terms of even data analytics, also in terms of artificial intelligence.
Right.
But have the basic IT knowledge at the Bachelor of, let's say, Information Technology or even Computer Science. But when you go directly to cybersecurity, again, it will be a bit limiting as going forward. So IT is both is a double-edged sword. There is so much, there is no much.
I feel like what we are saying in very many words is that perhaps the courses we are offering at the university level, because this is actually something we said earlier on, the courses that we have at university level seriously need to be revised.
Yes, they need to redesign them again, so that because if somebody goes to do just software, may not be able to assemble a computer. I mean, what is that?
But universities usually, by the time they're coming up with, for example, I think it is it Kisii University or which one? I read something last week. They are coming up with a law degree curriculum, so that means that they'll be offering law very soon.
No, Kisii offers actually. The one that is coming soon is Masida Muliro.
Okay,
Kisii has been offering law.
Yes, thank you. I think it's that one.
I
know it's somewhere in the western.
It's Masida Muliro.
Because in the meeting they were with Kisii University lecturers, so that they can see how they can do that. But now the point I'm driving at here is this. Universities are constantly coming up with this curricula for different courses. I don't know what informs them. Would you be knowing what informs them? Why would they decide, for example, to do law in a university that wasn't doing law at all? Medicine in a university that wasn't doing medicine at all.
Of course, you have to look at the sustainability. I think what drives them, or in my view, is the need to have courses that one will attract students,
courses which are popular,
and which are popular.
So they have to have profits here.
Of course, you know, there has been a challenge in terms of capitation, in terms of funding, in terms of funding and all that. So I think that one I can say it is strategic. Let me start a course that can give me some returns. I think there is nothing wrong with that. With coming up with plus also it will also have rather than now having students scoring, perhaps it can reduce a bit so that we can give more chances. Remember, we have students like now last year, about 1,900 students got A, 9,300 got A minus, B plus about 20,000, B is about 50,000, B minus about 80,000.
Wow.
C plus above 100,000. So when Masida Muliro comes in, at least perhaps it will give a chance to somebody who wanted to do law, and they can access a public university.
All right.
I think to me there's nothing wrong with that. Plus also, the problem is coming up with we see the law degree, even if I go outside Kenya, I can do something with it. The problem is coming up with courses where, which are so limiting. Which are so limiting. You see, with law, we have a big population, and people need.
I was actually choosing law as an example. Law is okay, but we have other courses where you see you find that this university is the only university offering that a degree course.
Like which one, Paul?
When I was at Kenyatta University, I remember some courses that were introduced before I graduated, and in my head I was like, watu wakishamaliza hizi degrees wataenda wapi? Ni venye tu siwezi kumbuka. But if I look at the Kenyatta University, what it offers, I can tell you for sure there are some courses there I honestly don't see where they...
Paul, let me give you an example. In the late 1970s and early 80s, when some of us were doing our undergraduate studies, they brought something called food science. We had no idea what they were talking about. But when you're thinking of industrializing, food science becomes very important.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, it's very important.
We didn't understand it. Around that same time, we had a college called Utali College that was offering the hospitality courses. It was the only institution in this entire region. You needed to probably go to South Africa or Egypt to have something similar.
And very prestigious.
Yes, extremely. And people came from all over the continent to study there. And their courses were wonderful. You see, they were meeting the needs of the hospitality that Kenya was growing. Hotels, blah, blah, blah. Now, I was to see the connection later, not when I was still a student. It's after I left. And because I grew up in Mombasa, and you would go to a hotel and you see all these Kenyans who are in positions of authority, and they'd all gone to Italy. Literally. We had polytechnics that offered similar courses, but not to the degree of Utali, because Utali, as part of the internship project, since it was built by the Swiss, you would go to Switzerland to now specialize in your course. When you came back, you could work anywhere in the world. Now, what am I saying? I am saying some of these courses that we speak of, like the technical subjects, if you look at what the university, when I was in the university, it was one university, what the university offered and what the polytechnics offered, the practicum aspect of the courses, the polytechnics tended to do better.
Of course, definitely.
They were more practically oriented. You'd find, for instance, after your second year, you'd have an attachment. After your third year, another attachment. If you had a fourth year, another attachment. So by the time you actually left that institution, you were actually fit for purpose. You could actually apply whatever training you had had. What am I saying? That applying a course and ensuring that you meet a need, we've had it. The question I was asking was, as the population has grown and as the needs of the country has also grown, this mix and match that clearly previously existed, is it something that is being applied? And more so now when we have something new called the CBE. It's called CBE, isn't it? Okay, exactly. So how is this seeking to meet the needs? And these needs that we speak of, what are they? That really was my question. Yes.
Okay. Let me say that the whole thing is pegged on our socioeconomic development. We are a bit slow in terms of socioeconomic development, but we are fast in terms of because people are still schooling. Because it's a system, everybody has to go to school. So I think the main problem is that our economy is not growing in tandem with the production or with the production of the graduates. So that's I find the main issue. Otherwise, if we are growing, for example, at around 7%, 8%, we will not be having these challenges of unemployment. But at the same time, there are courses that have been introduced, which sometimes not necessarily out of need, but it's just a way of trying to raise how a university, for example, can diversify and perhaps come up with a unique course so that it can attract students. Otherwise, as you are saying, courses are introduced where people, like now, if you introduce BA history alone, BA geography alone, project management at bachelor's level, I mean, definitely this person, even if the economy was growing, there'll be a bit of limitation because he does not have a special skill, as Mwalimu was saying.
Right.
Whereby a course was introduced because a special skill is wanted in the market. But what special skill is there in BA history alone, in BA geography alone? What special skill is there? This person akisimama pale archives angalie tu haizi paona pahali anaweza hata uliza kazi because haizi hatakuwa mwalimu kwa sababu ako na subject mo.
Well, Joseph, the point you make is an extremely valid one. But I think it points to the limitation of our of the creativity, the limitation of our creativity. Because history, we seem to believe that history or geography is for purpose of teaching. Goodness. the things you can do with history if you understand the subject matter in its entirety. Okay? People who talk policy, create strategy. They rely on history a great deal.
Right.
Historical experts are the ones who can look at a situation, give you context, and more or less tell you if this is the trend, this is where we are going, simply because they've understood it. What am I saying? He is 100% right that on its own it may not stand.
Right.
Okay?
On its own, yeah.
It may not stand. But if you know exactly how to attach it and where to direct it, there is no discipline, as I have discovered over time. As you grow older and you used to wonder, why am I studying all these subjects? You grow older, you realize where those subjects fit in.
You see, history, we have a lot of historians who tell us about our history and exactly what it is saying, where we're headed. But I've always wondered, there's this course I saw at Kenyatta University, looking into home economics.
Beautiful course.
Aki mimi sijui home economics. Nani, like where would a home economician... home economist.
They would work in the hospitality industry. Yes. I know about it because it's something I found fascinating. And when they introduced the 844, part of the training in the 844, Mwalimu here will confirm, there were courses that were aligned to this thing called home economics. Boys were being taught how to sew. So, can you sew a button? You? No. It's a rhetorical question. Okay. I know you can't, but I'm just asking.
I can.
So the aspect of actually cooking, things that many men thought hii ni kazi ya wanawake, okay? Home science, oh my goodness, what can you not do with home science?
See, now you see, when it is written as home economics,
that was just the name it was given.
Yeah, but you see, when it's written as home economics, so that means as a student or as a potential candidate for this university, I'll just brush through because I really don't understand much. You see, and then we come from a time, myself, for example, where this information wasn't readily available. You would need literally to go to the university.
No, Paul, that information was available.
Saizi iko available.
Do you know what happens when we're doing our undergraduate course? We are stuck in what we are studying. Okay? Your brain doesn't open up until you perhaps pursue a master's. Then you realize perhaps courses that are available, like home science, all you need to do is take an interest in what those people do. But you are so engaged with what it is that you're studying that there isn't much time, as you say, for instance, for you to get involved. Those courses were pertinent because if you were studying education in the time, now this is where time comes in. Kenyatta only taught education. Okay? The entire faculty, Kenyatta University College was an education college. That's all we did. We studied education. Okay? The other things that came up later. Again, this perhaps is something that we need to understand why it is we have specialist universities that are created like JKU Art or Egerton, and then suddenly it's teaching everything under the sun, okay, as opposed to focusing or having a technical institution becoming just that, focusing on the specialization on technicalities. Because when you mix all these things, I know we are meeting a need, but the question has to arise, is this the best way of using those particular resources?
Good question.
Let me clarify on something. On when we talk about be a geography, be a history, human resource, and all that. Okay, every course is important, but there are limitations. If there are 100 job vacancies, you find one will have 20, another will have 15, another will have 1. So you find that some courses like those, they are very limited. Remember, there's also political science and public administration.
Yes.
So you know that one is a bit to pronounce. It's a bit better. So you find that these courses, all the courses are important to some extent, but some are more important than others. You find that the chances are so few for some of those courses, and sometimes they may not even be there at all. Then something else concerning home economics. That was one of the best courses. Anyway. Yes, because this some last home economics atajua kushona, atajua kupika, ataenda kufundisha. That one is a wonderful one because it's a technical one.
Right.
That one akitoka nje hata nini
hata
teseka.
You see, you actually enlightened me, because I used to see that course and I was like,
Yes.
what are these guys studying for 4 years?
And in fact, I also schooled at KU.
Right.
I was doing botany and zoology.
We're all alumnus of that place.
And we used to school. We used to do zoology with homework ladies and few gentlemen.
Right.
In your time, there were gentlemen who were studying homework.
A few. Yes.
Very few.
Yeah, very few. Very few.
In my time, there were none.
Yeah. Yes. They were there. And once they go to teach, they would teach biology and home science. And they could go. It's a very, that one is a very important course. Even now, we even don't have home science teachers. By the way, we are lacking.
Oh, they're also part of what you're looking for.
Yes, they're also part of what we are looking for.
Okay.
So that's a major. It's a major course that is very, very important.
Okay.
In terms of even self-employment.
Nice.
Yes.
Good stuff. Good stuff. I mean, at the end of the day, as long as people once you graduate from the university, because that's the other problem we have.
Yeah.
Apart from the issue of having to choose courses, now there is the issue of students tamaking, or rather graduates tamaking for God knows how long. Yeah. I did biotechnology, for example, at Kenyatta University, but I have never, after hiyo mambo ya graduate sijawahi kanyanga into a laboratory ati nishughulike na mambo ya biochemistry or biotechnology for that matter. Yeah. But now, at what point do we start teaching students as well to also think about entrepreneurship and innovation, so that even after university, you do not have to be stuck on the road looking for jobs, sending CVs, because in a month, you will send 30 CVs and then you get no response back, and then you're depressed. You start saying, sasa hii kitu hata hakuna makazi. Uanze kufikiria kujinyonga.
What did you do? You studied biotechnology.
Yeah.
What we're doing here
is not biotechnology.
No.
Yeah.
I was going to correct you there. That's what you think.
Right.
Every day you speak on subject matter that I'm completely ignorant, and it's what you studied that helps you understand it. For instance, when you talk to me about astronomy,
right,
you know that thing is completely alien to me. You understand it. When we have people who are in the health sciences talking here, you contribute knowledge that I am not privy to. So it's not as though your education is not wasted.
Right.
It's just being channeled to a completely different avenue. So it's not as though you, having studied biotechnology, you need to be stuck in a lab. That's a thinking that we need to understand. These degree things that we study, they are not so that you just use it for the specific purpose. That
you're right, because even when I have conversations with people who are younger than me, I tell them, look, don't necessarily focus on the degree you've studied, because you might get disappointed out here. Where I've had talks and where I talk to students who are in film and theater arts, for example, and some are in journalism, and I tell them it's good to graduate from this journalism degree, but do not expect tomorrow morning to wake up and be employed in one of these big media houses. Chances are they don't even need you. So I tell them, think of think of what you will do after that graduation day. Yes. So again, I pose the question to you: how do we get that mindset into their minds? Because not everyone will be lucky as I am to do biotechnology and then end up in media.
I think first of all, what we need to do is to like in CBC, for example, where I told you about community service. If you can start at that level, at the level of the senior school,
right,
whereby we teach them about the entrepreneurial skills. Then again, we also do the same when we come to the university. The university revises its curriculum in tandem with the competency-based education, so that we instill these skills, because there's still much that we can do, by the way, with the knowledge that we have. So that we review the curriculum in the university to have that input of the entrepreneurial aspect, of even of the course that we are doing, because many of the courses may have the entrepreneurial aspect, and even if they don't, perhaps when you come out, you know that there is something that you can be able to do. Therefore, it should be integral. The entrepreneurship skills should be integral to curriculum implementation, even in universities, and also even in our middle level colleges. Even in our college, the same. Even if you are doing teaching, we have that community service learning, whereby we tell them to come up with projects to address problems in the society. So that one we have to be we have to, as you are saying, we have to put it in place.
Yes.
We review curriculum so that we can incorporate these entrepreneurial skills in every course. So that by the end of the day, every course somehow in one way or the other, there's that business aspect. And even if it's not there, what else can one do with that knowledge? Because when we are graduating, what are we told?
Power to
read and write and do all that appertains to that degree. By the way, a degree is very important.
Right.
It really empowers. It gives you the confidence. It gives you the confidence. It empowers you. You know, it creates critical thinking and problem solving ability. So it's very, very important. We don't just look at it in terms of just the course that you are doing, but we need to incorporate that entrepreneurial aspect in every subject that we do, or, in every career that we pursue in the university and also in the middle level colleges, so that when we come out, at least we will not be stranded on what to do. So that one is very, very important.
All right. Yeah. Thank you so much, Joseph Mureithi. We have come to the end of this conversation, at least for today.
Yeah.
And we hope that perhaps going forward, even as we probably do an audit of what we're going to experience this year, because I know we're going to get a few queries here and there as far as placement in the universities and the tertiary institutions are concerned.
Yes.
So perhaps we shall audit and see how that goes.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. We're taking a short break. We get into the news. Then when we return, I shall be telling you who we're hosting next. And that conversation also promises to be equally exciting. Don't go too far.
Can I say something?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay. Yes. Thank you very much for even hosting me. Yeah, and I would like to inform the audience that particularly to the school principals, that career answer point is there. We need to put this information right among our students. I know we have invested a lot in terms of motivational speaking, but we also need to invest a lot in career guidance so that our learners can pursue appropriate careers, starting from grade 10, grade 11, and even grade 12, and even those that are already in high school, those who will be doing the KCSE this year and also KCSE next year. And on Thursday, 7:30 p.m. I'll have a webinar to specifically take the students through the COOPS placement system.
All right.
So that we can be able to assist them to select appropriate courses depending on their qualification. And we normally charge 2,000, but this time we shall charge only 500.
Okay.
So that as many people as possible can come on board.
All right.
And this is our number. This is our M-Pesa number, 0114 602 846. 0114 602 846. So make sure you book yourself an appointment.
All right.
We have limited opportunities. So therefore, kindly do that so that we can engage together. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Karibu tena sana, Joseph Mureithi.
Okay.
Here's the news.
Okay.
The sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. If you're a motorist using Nairobi Expressway, you have been warned against carrying passengers in overloaded vehicles. Operator Moja Expressway Company says overloading vehicles on the highway is strictly prohibited and drivers must follow the legal passenger capacity. In a statement on Monday, the company said observing vehicle capacity limits is important to ensure the safety of motorists and passengers using the expressway. The Nairobi hospital has assured patients and staff that its services are continuing as normal despite ongoing leadership wrangles and court cases. In a statement on Monday, Board of Management Chairman Buckley Onyambo said all departments at the hospital remain fully operational. He added that medical teams are continuing to provide services without any disruption and the hospital remains open to the public. President William Ruto and his Ugandan counterpart Yoweri Museveni are expected in Kisumu on Saturday to jointly preside over the groundbreaking ceremony for the extension of the standard gauge railway from Naivasha to Malaba. The ceremony, a major milestone in regional infrastructure development, is expected to attract more than 20,000 people, including residents, leaders and stakeholders from across the region. Transport CS Davis Chirchir says the project will ensure Kenyans get employment opportunities.
We will work with the contractors to ensure that the locals, our young people wameajiriwa kazi, the building materials are bought locally, and certainly what we see when construction is going on, we'll see a very quickly elevated GDP from construction, like when we did the securitization and paid the 175 billion and got all the contractors back to work.
We know that everywhere that the line will pass, people will be compensated fully. We are not giving out free.
Mombasa Governor Abdul Swamad Sharif Nasir has proposed a new tax on imported sugar to help tackle rising cases of diabetes and other non-communicable diseases in Kenya. The governor made the proposal while speaking at the Health Integration Summit 2026 in Shanzu. He said Kenya should link health policies with the tax measures to help reduce lifestyle-related illnesses such as diabetes.
I've discussed with the CS as well on matters of, and don't feel shy about it, because no one feels shy when they go to a hospital and they cannot be able to be checked for diabetes. Don't feel shy to say that for every sugar that is brought into the country, a very, very tiny percentage of an amount that comes there needs to go back to SHA for us to be able to treat our people. Don't feel shy when we have other issues that are causes of non-communicable diseases in this country.
U.S. President Donald Trump says he expects to have the honor of taking Cuba. The U.S. president made the remarks after an oil blockade imposed by the United States reportedly caused a nationwide power blackout in Cuba. Speaking on Monday, Trump said he could do anything he wants with Cuba as negotiations continue between Washington and Havana over the country's future.
But I think Cuba's the end. You know, all my life I've been hearing about the United States and Cuba. When will the United States do it? I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba. That'd be good. That's a big honor.
Taking Cuba.
Taking Cuba in some form, yeah. Taking Cuba. I mean, whether I free it, take it, I think I could do anything I want with it. You want to know the truth? They're a very weakened nation right now.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. The Brentford striker Igor Chago and Bournemouth winger Ryan have received first call-ups to the Brazil squad for their friendlies with France and Croatia later this month. Chago is the second highest scorer in the Premier League season with 19 goals, trailing only Manchester City's Erling Haaland with 22, with his goals powering Brentford to 7th place in the table. The 24-year-old joined the West London side for a club record fee of £30 million in July 2024 from Club Brugge, but failed to score in his first season with the club. Chelsea have been fined £10 million after admitting to making £47 million in secret payments to unregistered agents and third parties in player transfers between 2011 and 2018. The fine is the largest ever imposed by the English Premier League, surpassing the £5.5 million fine given to West Ham United in 2007 over the signings of Javier Mascherano and Carlos Tevez. The club has also been given a 9-month ban from signing academy players and fined £750,000 for breaking rules related to the registration of academy players between 2019 and 2022. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. It is now 9 minutes past 8 o'clock. How are you doing? My name is Mungala Mbuvi. I'm with City Muga in the studio. Let me see who has given us a shout out before we get into some serious conversation here. We have the real SC saying, good morning to you all. It's late here and we just received 9 inches of snowfall. I think real SC is in what? Minnesota or someplace, I guess. And then we have Moses Mwebaze saying good morning, watching you from Uganda. Thank you so much. Then we have Musin Abdi saying good morning. I'm a student of building construction. I've noticed a huge gap in how we are treated compared to civil engineers, even though we do the heavy lifting on site. I actually feel you, Musin. And this is a conversation we definitely need to have as far as career choices are concerned. Right now, though, allow me to introduce our guest. He is a retired German military officer. And the former United Nations security official. I'm talking about Lieutenant Colonel retired Rolf Helmrich. I hope I'm saying that correct.
Very correct. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Lily.
Welcome to Radio Generation. Yeah. I was just looking at the book that you've authored. Quite an interesting story about you. You have worked within Africa for how long now? Over 30 years, right?
The first time I came to Africa was with UNOSOM operations, UNOSOM 2.
All right.
In 1993 and 94.
Wow.
In Somalia.
Yeah.
You probably remember the disaster which happened there with famine and so forth. And
Yes.
the then president had been toppled and had run away from the country, Mohammed Siad Barre.
Right.
And so the international community intervened and tried to bring some order into all this chaos. And I must say, I came as a liaison officer from the military, from the German military to the force headquarters in Mogadishu, while the unit was based in Beledweyne, some 300 kilometers up north. And all in all, we managed to help a little bit by stopping the dying, but we did not manage to disarm the militias.
Right.
So
yeah. What was the issue at the time? Why was there that war in Somalia at the time?
That after the president was toppled, then interclan fighting started.
So it was a civil war.
It was a civil war.
Right.
Yes. And especially it started from Mogadishu.
Right.
You probably remember Muhammad Farah Aidid, General Aidid, versus Ali Mahdi
right.
from a different clan. they had their own militia, and they started to fight, and chaos.
Right.
Yeah.
And you said that for at the time, for the troops that you were with, you managed to sort of like keep the peace, stop the killing. Yeah. What did you do for you to achieve that?
Well, it was a combined effort, you know, by all the contributing countries, force contributing countries, because we had so many from all over the world, actually. And of course, the problem was the command and control.
Right.
Command and control. And one of the major points then was that General Aidid was picked as the major enemy, so to speak.
Okay.
Yeah. And the hunt was on for Aidid. Yeah. To my understanding, wrong, yeah, but we had nothing to say, you know. It was from a major contributing country.
Right.
Yeah.
So from Somalia, you moved to Kenya?
Yes, first back to Germany.
Right.
And then we came with the family. We came in 95 to Nairobi, and I worked at the German embassy. And again, I looked at Somalia and saw what was happening, you know, and so forth. And then I retired.
Okay.
In 2000.
All right.
But fortunately, or unfortunately, I don't know, but fortunately, I had run into the chief security advisor for the UN, who had been based in Mogadishu and who happened to be here on R&R in Nairobi.
Right.
And we ran into each other in the Sarit Center. And he said, "Ralphie, is that you?" And I said, "Yeah, it is." He said, "What are you doing here?" I said, "Well, you know, German embassy, but now I'm on retirement. We're going back to Germany." He says, "You will not." You will not. I need you. I said, for what? He said, "You will be one of my security officers." And this is how I got the job, and I worked for 6 years in Somalia.
Okay. So you
with
went
the UN.
Yeah, you went back to Somalia now, but with the UN.
With the UN.
Okay.
Yeah.
How was it different from how you were, you know, in the previous assignment and with this new assignment?
Well, as a security officer, I looked at the well-being, so to speak, of the humanitarian staff, of all the workers of the
United
agencies,
Nations.
funds, and programs of the United Nations. And so I was assigned to various duty stations. I started off in Baidoa, and from Baidoa to Wajid, and then from Wajid to Bosaso. And I mean, I covered quite a number of locations, Hargeisa, Chohar, and my last assignment was Kismayo.
When you were the UN security chief, did you find it, did you have to interact with locals?
Yes.
And yeah, was there like a language barrier, or did you have a translator with you all the time?
Yes, I had what we call a local security assistant, an LSA.
Okay.
And of course they were English spoken there, and so we went together. Yeah. And I made a point to always go first of all to the DC, the district commissioner, who, as we know, was a political figure.
Right.
But then, immediately after, I went to see the clan chiefs, the elders.
Right.
Yeah, because I realized only if I do that, I have a chance to be accepted as a foreigner, as a Mzungu.
Right.
Yeah, and to be able to talk about programs, movement of staff from the agencies, funds and programs, and so forth.
Right. So this was you introducing yourself to the local leadership, so that now you can have that working relationship.
Correct.
All right.
Yes.
But in 2004, something happened. You were abducted.
Yes.
What happened? Why you were abducted? What did they want from you, these abductors?
I had come back from R&R in Nairobi, and I had flown into Wajid, which was the hub for the aircraft at that time, for the liaison aircraft, and stayed there for 2 days, did all my things, prepared, and on Thursday, the 28th of January 2004, we were flying down to Chamame. Chamame is a location in Lower Juba. And why did we not go straight to Kismayo? We had closed the Kismayo airport because the bushes were creeping into the runway.
Okay.
Yeah. And I told the authorities there, you better take care of that.
Right.
Clean the runway. In the meantime, we close the airport for flights, and we fly up to Chamame and then use the road connection and bring down equipment, staff, and so forth. So we flew into Chamame. The flight time from Wajid about 1 hour 40. So we landed. I crossed the river, Juba River.
Right.
And I was met by my local security assistant with a vehicle. And then, we headed towards Kismayo.
Right.
We were 5 in the vehicle. Of course, the driver, the LSA, the local security assistant, a friend of his who later I recruited as a radio operator, 2 bodyguards, and myself.
All right. What kind of car was this?
That was a Mitsubishi Pajero. And we had HF radio with a long antenna.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was the kind of radios that usually are mounted on vehicles, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
That's the one. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
That's the
and we were flying
exact
the
car.
flag.
That's the exact car.
Very similar.
Oh, similar.
Yeah, that is ours was black. It was a different car.
All right.
But the idea was the same. Antenna and the blue flag of the UN.
All right.
Indicating humanitarian
personnel. All right.
Personnel.
Okay. So you were driving towards Kismayo.
Yes.
Okay.
So we reached a spot where we could see there's something going on. A matatu. They also have them, same thing. Like here in Kenya.
All right.
And armed people around the matatu, and they were collecting tax.
All right.
Road tax.
Okay.
And when they saw us, they turned on us. They left that matatu alone,
and turned their attention now to your vehicle.
Yes.
All right.
Because they had realized this is a UN rented vehicle. Interesting.
So that makes the UN vehicle makes it a high target vehicle, high value target.
Higher value target.
All right.
Yeah. So they came up. 14 guys, all armed. All of them had AK-47s.
Right.
In addition, one carried a RPG. Two.
What's an RPG?
RPG
Rocket-propelled
is
grenade.
yes.
Sorry.
Or in the original language of Russian is Ruchnoy Protivytankovy Granatomyot, meaning a handheld anti-tank grenade launcher.
I'm sure if you've watched movies where someone has this thing that looks like a log, but it launches.
It's like a pole on his shoulders.
Bas, and then it launches a grenade and blows up a target.
That's an RPG.
That's an RPG.
That's an RPG.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, and another one.
What did they need an RPG for on the roadside?
To collect tax.
Just to scare.
It was a tax collection tool.
Yeah. Just to scare, and to make a point that they have that weapon,
I think it was a point well made, yes.
When we watch movies, we see these kinds of scenarios where they come up with, like you said, weapons, bazookas or RPGs, and then they have these balaclavas.
Yes.
Is that how they were dressed?
No. They were dressed like you.
Okay.
The dress shirt.
Just civilian clothes, yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
And, normal slacks. The problem was footwear.
Right.
Disastrous. They just had these, to cut out from car tires.
Yes.
You cut the shape of the foot.
Yes.
And then you hold it on the foot, either with wire or with string or something like that, because shoes.
Right.
Yeah.
We actually have them here in Kenya.
And they're made.
They are very stylish. I actually own a pair.
Okay.
They're very nice shoes. But so that's what they
no,
had.
but that was very basic. That not to be compared with what you have.
Okay.
They were just rubber, and then held together with these things.
They were rudimentary.
So this is for somebody who is like a guard, a doorkeeper, who is static.
Yes.
That is okay.
Okay.
But when you walk around, and we walk then long distances, then in the terrain, African savanna.
Yes.
With holes, foxholes, rabbit holes, you name it. I mean, the grass is not cut.
That's very uncomfortable, yeah.
Very uncomfortable. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
So, and they had taken all my equipment, my rucksack, quick run bag, as we call it, and my medical kit was inside. But later on, when I got it back, then I said, come, Firi.
Yeah.
Come. And I took some ointment I had with me, and I started to bandage their wounds, so I helped them, which played something in the end.
So let me understand this.
Sure.
So here you are on the road. They've come with their weapons, and then of course you didn't attempt to resist or fight back.
Yeah.
You had your own weapons as well, no? Did you have weapons?
Yes.
But you didn't use your weapons against them.
Yeah.
Why?
With that number of 14 guys.
You are outgunned.
Outgunned.
And outnumbered.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and the two bodyguards in the back, I realized, because I heard how they were moving around for their guns, and I just went like, I was there with hands on the dashboard, like this, and I mumbled, just don't even think about it,
Okay.
I mean, they would have, boom,
Yes, for sure.
killed us, yeah.
Yeah. So they came, they captured you, they arrested you, for lack of a better word.
Yes. They told the Somali guys, you find your way to, and one of the guys took the driver's seat, turned the car around, and all of these guys, all 14, squeezed themselves into that Mitsubishi Pajero.
Well, I've seen the picture of that Pajero. That Pajero can carry 20. So 15.
What?
Yeah.
So it was you and your captors now, your abductors.
Yes.
Captures.
Were you the only one whom they took?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So everyone else was told scatter.
Yeah.
And they were allowed to live with their weapons, or did they take the weapons as well?
They took everything.
All right, so they went weaponless. They were disarmed.
The 5 guys who were kicked out. Yeah.
Okay, so where did they take you?
They turned the car around, and we drove back up north towards Jilib. And about 5 kilometers before Jilib, they stopped out. So we all left. The driver and the acting commander remained in the car.
Okay.
And I later found out that they planned to go to Mogadishu because the acting commander had squeezed himself next to me in the front seat, in the passenger seat. And unfortunately, I had my wallet on the left side.
On the side where he had squeezed?
Yes.
Okay.
So for him...
Did the wallet have money?
It was easy to reach into my pocket, take out my wallet, and about $800 were gone, and about 4,000 shilingi, Kenyan.
All right.
Yeah. And so they planned to disappear. In the meantime, also on the way up north, the real commander was walking along the roadside, and when he saw us coming, he just held on the outside, how do you call this?
Outside the window?
Where you
the footrest.
The footrest.
Yes.
The outside footrest. He stood on it, and held on the car, and the guy continued driving.
How did you know that this was the real commander, and how did you know that the other fellow was the acting commander?
That was later on the introduction.
Oh, they introduced themselves?
Yes. At that time, no word. Could have been anybody.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this gentleman hung on one side of the vehicle.
Right.
Then you drove towards now the real commander.
No, the real commander is the one.
He was the one
was
who
hanging. So, and then you drove to...
Yeah, towards Jilib, and about 5 kilometers short of Jilib, we stopped.
Okay.
Yeah, everybody out,
What sort of road was this that you drove on?
Rough road?
Not even rough road, no road at all.
I see.
Must
have been a crazy terrain, eh?
Oh, crazy.
Yeah.
Somewhere I have picture of the road. Where is it? Here, there's a bridge destroyed over the Chuba River near Kamsuma. There should be another one. Okay, I mean it's all in the book.
All right, we'll check that out.
Yeah.
So when you got to your destination, what happened? Did you have any expectations? Were you afraid of what they might do to you? Did you have an inclination as to what they needed you for?
I had received a training as a hostage incident negotiator.
Right.
And also my military background helped, and so I thought I knew what was coming. Demand for money, because up to that point you are abducted.
Okay.
But when the demand comes in, then you realize now you are a hostage.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Now we are talking about 2004. The hardline Islamists, the insurgents, were not there yet. Yeah.
So who were these fellows?
They were members of the so-called Chuba Valley Alliance.
Chuba Valley Alliance.
Yeah, it was a composition of clan militia from the local area and from a bit far away.
Right.
I think it's better I don't mention the clans per se, because otherwise, it could have been any clan.
Right.
But it was a clan group?
A clan group?
Yes.
Yes, who had broken away from the main force, and they did their own thing.
Which was the main force?
The Chuba Valley Alliance militia.
That was the main force?
Yes.
And this was a breakaway?
Yeah, and
Now-
these 14 guys, 15 guys, they were later reinforced for a few days because they were afraid that that main force would try to free me by attacking us. Yeah.
And why would the
Which
main
was
force
not
want, why would the main force want to free you?
Because the idea was we cannot accept that an international staff is being abducted and held hostage, just like that.
All right.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
now you got to your destination, they made everything clear. They wanted ransom. How much did they want?
The first day they didn't say anything. We just walked, and it is not a destination where you say there is a village or there's some. There was nothing. Savannah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so we started walking. And the distance to the Juba River was about, I would say, 1 kilometer from the road. So we would, but now, for me, it was scary in the sense
Yes.
that I had to go first, and the whole bunch behind me. I had shoes solid.
Yes.
Yeah, trail busters. Yeah, from South Africa.
Right.
Very solid, very nice, very good.
Okay.
But these guys, as I had explained before,
They had those tire shoes.
Tire shoes.
Right.
And now you walk through the savannah with that grass, and as I said, all these holes and things. Anything can happen, and I mean they got scratches all over the place, So, and then I glanced around and I realized they all had the safety switch of their guns on go.
Oh dear.
Yeah. So just imagine one of them is stumbling, falling down. Boom.
They'll just
pulls
fire.
the trigger.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it was a very uneasy walk for me, I can tell you.
What?
So then we reached the river, and I'm told to sit down. So sit down. And after some time, the group is sitting a bit away, and one guy comes over and Ahmed. I am Ahmed.
Right.
I am, he doesn't say, but he says Ahmed.
Right.
And I had my badge,
right,
as a UN security, and I said, Rolf. Yeah. Yeah, so. And he could speak a few words in English. He says, Firi, meaning like listen, No shooting, no problem.
Okay.
No killing. Yeah.
So this meant that they won't shoot you, they won't kill you, they don't have a problem with you.
Right.
Right.
And that was it for that night. Yeah, because it was already dark, and so.
So by the time you get there, how many hours has this been from the time
you abducted?
Yes.
We were stopped at around 9:30 in the morning, and then with the driving back, and we had stopped in Kamsuma to buy some water. They bought water in that village, water bottles, a little bit bigger than these ones.
Right.
And yeah, so, and then with the walking and everything, it went into the night.
So that must have been, if you were captured at 9, and then it usually starts to get dark at around 7.
7, yeah.
Yeah, so that's about 10 hours plus.
Which time of the year was this?
January.
No, it doesn't get dark that quickly.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, but anyway, I mean, it must have been around 10 hours plus.
Yes. Something like that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
The only problem was I didn't have long sleeves. I just had a T-shirt.
Right.
I had a vest, without arms.
Right.
So during the night, because of the Juba River, it was quite chilly. And I didn't sleep at all, just laying on the grass, nothing,
They didn't
No
offer you.
blankets.
They didn't offer you like a blanket.
They didn't have
a
anything.
lasso, nothing.
Nothing. All they had was their guns.
All right.
They didn't. They also suffered.
Okay.
They also suffered.
Did they offer you water, food?
Yes.
Okay, water. Yes, food.
Food. There are these little tins of tuna fish in vegetable oil.
Right, I know them.
You know them.
That's what they offered you.
Yes, from Las Corre fish factory up in the north.
Okay.
You know.
So when Ahmed told you that they wouldn't hurt you, they wouldn't kill you, they don't have a problem with you, did that calm you down, or did you just say maybe he's just telling me this to distract me? Or?
Yeah, of course. You never know what is going to happen. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, they have the guns. You don't have any. Yeah. So, and.
Did you think of escaping? Did you think of disarming one of them, taking the gun, and doing it James Bond style?
You know, my friend,
Of course.
movies. So he's introducing a movie set here.
But he has said, of course. Did you actually think of disarming one of them or all of them, and probably making a run for it?
It crossed my mind. It crossed my mind for a brief moment to escape, but then. You're Mzungu.
Right.
You don't speak the language. You don't know where to go. Yeah. There's no. I mean, you are just in a hostile country.
Okay.
Yeah. So that idea was there, dismissed. Yeah.
Okay.
Automatically.
All right.
Yeah.
So you were with these guys for 10 days.
10 days. Yeah.
What were you doing for 10 days?
Walking.
From one location to another.
And we walked during the night, Why did we walk during the nights? Because they were afraid that still the main militia would hunt us down, to free me. So during daytime, we stayed somewhere, yeah. There were funny moments. The second night, we had changed the location away from the river. And we were in the middle of an opening of the bushes. And then I was told to lay down, in the evening again. And this time they had a kind of a plastic sheet.
Okay.
Yeah, I was supposed to lay on. And then the wind was blowing, and the edges were flipping into my face, So one of these guys, he took 2 grenades from the RPGs.
Yes.
The grenade. He put one on this side of my head and the other one on the other side of my head.
To stop the paper from flipping over you.
Flipping over me.
Right. And
I thought, are these grenades, are they safe? Because, to make them blow up,
right.
you have to
twist them. Right.
Yeah. Unsafe. But they were safe.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Did you think of maybe just taking one and throwing it and then?
No.
City, I'm asking something that I would think of.
Yes, of course you would.
All right, so you slept through the night with these grenades on your head, next to your head.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no more flipping of the edges. Yeah, and so then it went on and on, like every day, like that, except for the last 2 days. The last 2 days we were in a stronghold, what we call, under a huge mango tree. Oh, it was beautiful. to have a fresh mango from the source. Eh?
Okay.
Because the food I received was okay. Back to the food you had asked earlier. Sorry that I got distracted a bit.
No problem.
In the morning, I got a piece of roti. Roti, the bread.
Yes.
And they were like 12 sticks together. You know, that long.
All right.
And you break off. So I had that a few pieces of that roti. A bottle of water. I always had fresh water.
Okay.
Mineral water. For lunch, the tin of tuna fish in vegetable oil for 10 days. Later on, I told my wife, I will still eat tuna fish,
yes,
but not in vegetable oil. Yeah.
Yes.
And you know, I also made a mistake because I thought I get rid of that oil.
Right.
And where did I drop it? Because I was on the ground next to me.
Ants.
Yeah. All of a sudden,
flies.
The swarm, not so many flies, but the ants.
Oh, yes.
You know, the guys from underground, you know, they came in and
feasted on the oil, yeah.
Yes. So, another lesson learned, you know, don't do that.
Okay.
And in the evening, same again, roti and a piece of fruit. So that was my dinner, the food for the day. And in the 10 days, I lost 6 kgs.
Yeah,
6
I can
kilos,
imagine.
you know, because no supplies, not sufficient supplies, you know.
Okay.
And the walking, you know, then every night, you know, except for the last 2.
Okay. Did they make a ransom demand, and who did they make it
Yes,
to?
and the second day the demand came. $200,000 US dollars.
$200,000
US dollars.
Okay.
Yeah.
And who did they like? Did you give them a number to call, and did you tell them, look, call this number, make this demand?
Right after the demand was raised by the commander, who had, in the meantime, identified himself.
Yes, Ahmed now. This is Ahmed.
No, Ahmed
different
was my caretaker.
Ah, okay.
Or my bodyguard, or my whatever.
Your handler.
Handler.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Nice guy, by the way. You know, they were all nice. They were all nice. You know, I never developed any hate feeling for them because I had realized the conditions these guys are living in.
Okay.
And they have families too. Yeah.
So 200,000.
Yeah, 200,000.
To whom? Yeah.
And the second demand was no military action by the militia.
Okay.
The JVA militia. So I raised my hand, and the commander said, yes. He spoke a bit English. And I said, Commander, I always addressed him as Commander.
Okay.
You know? Easy for me as an ex-military, you know. So, Commander, I'm afraid the UN will not pay. UN will not pay. He says, well, but we get our money. I said, well, you know, maybe you can also talk to the Somali business community from your areas who enjoy some nice contracts with the UN.
Okay.
Yeah. WFP, you know, transporters and so forth. He said, yeah, it's good. And I mentioned a few names, you know, and then one of the militia said,
yes.
Oh, this is my uncle.
Oh.
You see, family affairs. So, and this is how, in the end, it happened.
The money was paid.
The money, not the 200,000.
Okay.
It was negotiated.
Right.
Negotiated with pressure from all over the place, and it was agreed in the end, $18,000.
Okay.
And this is significant in the sense that the group got money, and they said, yeah, well, maybe we didn't get our full amount, but we managed to get something.
Right.
Yeah, and it was okay, because it was more than $1,000 per head. And the business community of the clans, they said, we never paid any ransom. It was just upkeep money. So, meaning nobody lost face, which is a very important aspect in the Somali culture.
Right.
Never, ever lose face. You're finished as a human being if you lose face.
Right.
Yeah. It's also in here.
Yeah. So you you are released on the 10th day.
On the 10th day, yes.
Right.
Saturday, the 7th of February, yes.
How did it happen? Did they drop you somewhere? Did they give you the car and told you drive in this direction? How did it happen?
We left the stronghold, the mango tree, and Ahmed had come and said, Fieri, shoes. So I put on my boots again. I said, okay, here we walk again. Blah, 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 blah. And we walk out of the place, about 200 meters, and we stop. And now the commander says, okay, and that was the first time he addressed me by my name. He says, okay, Mr. Rolf, we got our money. We will let you go. We are just waiting for some emissaries to take you, and you will be taken to Kismayo, which was about, I would say, 30 kilometers. That was all. And, but, he says, I don't know, I'll tell you what happened. It's also in here.
All right.
He says, but we would like you to come back and be our new commander. I'm going to step down. I'll be your deputy, but
Right.
you're a good man. You know how to handle weapons, because I had shown them on the AK. There is this sight on top of the rifle.
Right.
And you move it back and forth, meaning you either raise the nozzle or you bring it down the nozzle of the gun. Yeah, by
Something
doing
they
that.
didn't know.
Exactly.
All right.
So
they were like, he's resourceful.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and then I did this medical stuff with the ointments.
Tell us that story. What did you have in your medical kit? What did you have in there?
I had my personal medication against high blood pressure. And then I had ointments, like
anti-inflammatory.
Yes, something like that, and band-aids. Basic stuff.
Yes, basic stuff.
Yeah, basic stuff.
So that's what you use.
Scissors.
Scissors are important. Yes.
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 Yeah. That brings me to another idea. Yeah. I had this pocket knife.
Is it what they call a Swiss pocket knife?
Yes, the Swiss one.
Yes.
This Victorinox,
yes,
they call it, with
very many
18
tools in it.
Yes. So there was this 18-year-old, and because the third or fourth day, I started to take this out and play with it, cut on a branch, from the bush, and so. And he came over and then
bring.
So I thought, okay, bye knife. I never see you again. So the guy sat down and opened it, looked at it. Then he looked up to the commander, and the commander did not say a word. He just shook his head.
Yeah.
Meaning gave it back to him. I still have it.
Right.
I still have it today.
Uh-huh. So these guys were really easy with you. They
very easy.
They
never touched me.
They were guarding an investment.
Yeah. They didn't, because if I had captured you, trust me, I'd first of all take the knife. I would do a thorough search on you, confirm that you don't have any weapons with you, take anything that can be used against you in whatever nature, keep it away fast. But then I'd continue being polite with you for sure, because like City is saying, I would guard my investment.
Yeah.
So did you finally get picked up by the emissaries that were sent?
Yes. Mm-hmm. So we all embraced, the Somali way. Yeah.
Okay.
And that was quite moving. Because after 10 days, you develop a kind of a relationship.
Mm-hmm.
And you had realized they were not aggressive. They were not, trying to harm you.
Mm-hmm.
So, it was just, I wouldn't say a family affair, but it was something where people communicated.
So this abduction,
in the broader sense,
according to you, was just it wasn't personal, as they say. It was just business.
It was business.
They saw a business opportunity.
Yes,
and you provided that opportunity.
Yeah,
but they looked after you well.
Well,
under the
with the limitations, with the roti and the small tin of tuna fish and vegetable oil,
Do you know, there are those who would argue that when somebody identifies with their captors, you've heard of the Stockholm Syndrome.
Yeah.
Yes. There are those who would argue that when somebody has held you captive over time, you actually get to identify with them.
Yes.
I sometimes when I think of the Stockholm Syndrome, what I ask is, you were introduced to something that you had never witnessed before. You'd never been in a situation that these captors put you in.
Right.
So as a military person, what exactly did you see or take note of their military strategy, if they had any? Whatever cause, because when you have a militia, you have a cause. There's something you're fighting for. What they were fighting for and what it is that they hope to achieve.
For them, it was just extortion of money. Because, you see, they had broken away from the main militia.
Yes.
Because they said, this is all rubbish, what this big force here is doing, We set up a roadblock somewhere and we just extract money and tax trucks, matatus, whatever, the public, and I don't think they had a real concept.
They were not fighting for any cause. They were just using the situation that existed there,
right,
to make money.
Exactly. That was the only thing,
After such an ordeal, I would fly back to my home and never come back. Is that what you did, or did you continue staying in Somalia?
I went back.
You went back to?
I went back to Kismayo.
Did you ever meet those people again?
No. They went hiding. And the sad story is, because later on, they were all killed.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
All the 14 captors.
Yeah.
In a different incident?
Except I understand the commander is now... somebody told me he had joined the pirates.
In the Indian Ocean.
In the Indian Ocean.
So
and subsequently was taken prisoner by the Indian Navy.
Right.
Yeah. And put in the jail in India. I don't know what the difference is of jail in India compared to Kenya and so forth. But the conditions not too good. Okay. But anyways, he was then later on released because the government struck a deal with the Indian authorities, and all these guys, they were released, taken into custody in Somalia. But apparently he's now somewhere in Mogadishu.
Okay.
Yeah.
As a free man? Or you don't?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Apparently, as a free man,
All
he served his time.
Okay, so you continued working in Kismayo as a UN
Yes.
security personnel.
Yeah,
and then
until the UN kicked me out, old age.
Okay. So you retired a second time.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
How long did you work for the UN?
At that time, 6 years. Yeah, 5.5. 5.5.
All right.
Yeah.
Right now, would you compare the Somalia of today in terms of, the peace that they have right now to the peace they had? And I'm choosing the word peace because I'm not sure if it's peaceful, but would you compare the security situation in 2026 to the one in 2004?
Actually, that was the reason why I decided to write something about this. Because over the years, more and more international players have entered the stage and play their own games. If you look at the Somalis, nowadays, it is a big disaster. With the increasing corruption, not least because of the activities of the international community.
All right.
Everybody is, you probably remember this one aircraft from the UAE, United Arab Emirates, They came in and they found out there was full of bags of dollars for authorities. Yeah. And this is what is happening. There's no accountability. Even from the bigger nations or unions and so forth, yeah.
So
that they bring the money, they get the receipt from the Ministry of Finance,
right.
And this is it. Because the Somalis say, no, we are a sovereign country, we don't have to tell you anything.
Okay.
So, yes, corruption is there. I remember what I told you before when I was with the UNISOM. It was like welcome with open hands,
right?
Indicating I don't have a weapon. Yeah, welcome with open hands. Nowadays it's welcome with open hands. Bring something.
Okay.
Yeah,
you have got to give something.
Yes.
Okay.
What are they giving the money for, really?
Why does anyone need money?
No. There's a foreign country comes into another country and they're giving money. What's the money for?
To sustain the government operations. Yeah, they have their own army.
Yes.
They have their own.
So essentially, they're just helping this country.
Yes.
Stay on its feet.
Yes. But unstructured, I would say.
What I'm getting from you is that money is not being used for what it is intended. There's no accountability, perhaps it could be used in a better way.
Is that surprising?
No, it's not. I mean, it happens here also in Kenya. Yeah, it happens here as well.
You're head on,
Ralph. Apart from the story of your abduction, what else can we find in this book?
Somali culture.
All right.
Yeah, Somali culture. How to behave in a hostage situation.
Okay.
Lessons learned. Look into it. Like honor. Honor is a very, very important aspect.
Yes.
Within the society.
All right.
Even if only wrongly perceived, yeah. But all. I mean, we have here the.
And also, you can also let us know where we can find the book in case we'd like to purchase it as well.
Yes. So far in Noria, in Moy Avenue, the Bazaar building. And then Yaya Center.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just across the road.
Just across the road with Mr. Chan, the bookstop. As I said, this is the place where we launched the book on last Saturday.
All right.
And yeah.
All right.
And I'm also now in touch with the textbook center. So they have various branches. So maybe they also decide to learn.
Sawa sawa.
And yeah. So.
Thank you so much, Lieutenant Colonel. That was an amazing story. I cannot imagine how it was, because for the few minutes you've explained it to me, I was literally on the edge of my seat. I can't imagine how it was for you. 10 days, and for your family as well, not knowing where you are. But here you are, alive and well to tell the story. So that is something definitely to look forward to. Thank you so much for coming and for giving us your story.
And thank you very much for hosting me.
All right.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you.
This is where we come to a close as far as this conversation is concerned. In the next hour, we are hosting Honorable Maina Karobia. He's a member of parliament at the East African Legislative Assembly. We're going to get into a little bit of politics, yeah? So don't go too far. We'll be right back.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Police have arrested a suspected drug trafficker along the Mai Mahiu Nairobi Road in Limuru Sub-County. Officers from the DCI's Transnational Organized Crime Unit and Anti-Narcotics Unit, working with Mutarakwa Police Post, carried out the operation after receiving a tip-off. A team intercepted a dark blue car at Mutarakwa Trading Center, which was suspected of carrying illegal drugs. Inside, they recovered a significant quantity of suspected cannabis sativa. Public Service CS Geoffrey Ruku has urged opposition leaders to stop insulting Deputy President Kithure Kindiki. He says they should respect the office of the DP. Ruku also criticized leaders including DCP Rigathi Gachagua for calling themselves party leaders while lacking support in their home areas.
Wakati kulikuwa na uchaguzi mdogo wa MCA, wewe na chama yako ya DCP ungepata candidate wa MCA. Mutuli na Kevuti wanajiita party leaders, wakaeka candidate pale Mbere North ya MCS. Walishindwa au kushindwa? Walishindwa au kushindwa? Waende nyumbani wasiende. Waende nyumbani wasiende. Lazima tuongee ukweli mchana jameni. Si ndio hiyo? Sasa kama wewe unajiita party leader kwa chama ya sijui inaitwa nini ya Wamonyoro na uwezi pata candidate na tuko kwa mlima.
The Department of Immigration Services has denied claims that Kenyan passports were issued to foreigners using questionable documents. Appearing before the National Assembly Committee on Administration and Internal Security, Immigration Principal Secretary Belio Kipsang said no non-Kenyans have been given Kenyan passports. His statement comes weeks after leaked internal report from the Directorate of Immigration Services alleged that some passports had been issued to foreign individuals.
On issuance of some of these documents to non-Kenyans, I would want to assure everybody that we only issue these documents to Kenyans. Mainly our IDs and birth certificates, and you cannot get any other documents unless you have the IDs and the birth certificates.
Senate Speaker Amason Kingi has declared his party, the Pamoja African Alliance, will not field candidates in the 2027 polls. Kingi said instead his party will back UDA at every level. He added that this follows talks with President William Ruto and grassroots leaders.
Na baada ya mikutano ile ambayo tumekuwa nao na Mheshimiwa Rais, nataka niwatangazie rasmi kwamba mwaka ujao chama cha Pamoja African Alliance hakitaweka wagombezi katika nyadhifa yoyote, na lile jeshi ambalo lilikuwa nilisimame kupitia chama cha PA, lile jeshi lote sasa litasimama likipeperusha bendera ya UDA.
Dozens of people are feared dead or injured at a drug treatment center in Afghanistan's capital after an airstrike that the Taliban government blamed on Pakistan. The hospital in Kabul was hit on Monday evening, killing some people and injuring others, the government spokesperson said on X. Pakistan denied striking any health facility, saying it precisely targeted military installations and terrorist support infrastructure in Kabul and the eastern province of Nangarhar. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome indeed. The time right now is 8.5 minutes past 9 o'clock. It's the last hour, but like I said, it promises to be the bestest. City Muga, umeongea na Lutani Kanali.
Yes.
That's quite a story, man.
Oh, it's the hour didn't quite do justice to the story.
Yes, it didn't.
It's a story that perhaps required a little more time. So you could have gone to the details. Yes.
Now, I have a couple of questions here. For example, good morning, CT and Mungala. Following from Kabarak in Nakuru, this is Robert Koros. Robert Koros, good morning, karibu tena sana. Tindis Mungala, this is my aunt. Tindis Mungala is asking, or rather she's saying, good morning, CT and Mbuvi. How much is the book? Good question. Amesema iko pale, amesema iko textbook center na sehemu zingine nyingi kadhaa. Tutamwambia. Usijali. Then we have Violet, my lovely mother. She's asking, what is your frequency in Kitui? Mami, the frequency in Kitui is radiogeneration.co.ke. You know, it's funny. She's currently in Kitui. She's watching us on YouTube in Kitui. And then we have...
See, amepata akona frequency.
Si nimemwambia frequency iko hapo. Alafu, we don't have a frequency though in Kitui, but we have a frequency in Garissa. We also have a frequency in Mombasa. We have a frequency coming up in Lamu. I know of that one. And we also have a frequency coming up in... forgetting the other place. But several frequencies will be launched before the end of this year. So don't worry, folks. Mumbi Mavangani amesema, worked in UN missions for over 17 years. I would take everything this guy says with several grains of salt. Most what? Hey, Mumbi anasema most condescending on us Africans.
How?
Like what? Like the slippers thing.
Where's the condescending bit in that conversation?
I don't know. Mumbi Mudangani, maybe utuambie what did you find?
To what you find condescending.
Yeah, then we can perhaps even get a chance to call him back for clarification. But yes, Mumbi, thank you so much for your comment nonetheless. In studio, we do have Honorable Maina Karobia. He is a member of parliament at the East African Legislative Assembly. Mesh, karibu tena sana.
Thank you, Bobby and City.
Yeah, the last time you were here, we were talking about Tanzania and the mess that we had witnessed at the time.
Yes.
Yeah, but a lot has happened since that time. Sure. Tanzania wametulia.
Yes.
Kuko namna gani huko?
Kuko salama, and first receive greetings from my friends, City Muga and Mbuvi.
Right.
I was sent greetings before I came here. By people who listen to this show, and they also watch what you're saying.
Right.
And they are very happy that you're informing the nation and you're shaping the directions of our society, both in the political sector, economy, and social. And happy new year. You know, I've not seen you this year.
Actually, you haven't.
Yeah,
and to those fans you've just mentioned,
yes,
we are very glad that they are watching and they're listening.
Thank you.
But ni kweli hatujaonana mwaka huu.
Kweli. So
usipotee sana.
Sitapotea. I will be coming here frequently going forward.
Right.
And just to answer your question directly, I have gained a lot of experience from the elections in Uganda and also Tanzania. By virtue of my position I'm also the chairman of Regional Affairs and Conflict Resolution Committee in the East African Parliament.
All right.
So by default, I become the deputy head of mission of the East African Mission in those elections. And I gathered quite a lot of experience in learning lessons from those 2 elections that we can take home with our democracy here in Kenya.
Right.
So fairly, they have settled, and the leadership has been towards a continuity. So we just hope that they will serve the East Africans well.
Right.
There has been a change of guard at the East African level. President Museveni took over, I think, was it last weekend or last weekend but one, as a chairperson of the summit. There's also a change of the Secretary General of East African Community for the next 5 years.
All right.
Kenya was the one that was leading the last 5 years. Now it is a Tanzanian, who is the current PS of Foreign Affairs. In Tanzania, he is now the Secretary General.
Okay.
There has been a change of...
So he has both positions?
No, he will now resign.
Okay.
Yeah.
He will resign as the
PS there.
As a principal secretary there.
Yes.
Okay.
There has been a change of the funding model. We have been having issues with the funding of East African projects and East African operations. So right now there was a proposition, and I think it is a way forward, that members of parliament at the East African level will be paid by their own national assemblies. The funding of countries will now the secretariat will also be dealing just with the operational matters. Will only be funded on the operational matters, but countries, depending on the economies, they will be contributing proportionately to the East African community. So there was a change so that we can have sustainable funding of East African community.
Is it possible to ask what it is that was not sustainable with whatever model you had before?
Yeah, you see, ideally, there was a set amount of all countries where they were to contribute.
Was it an equal amount?
Yeah, it was an equal amount. So can you imagine a country like Kenya contributing the same amount with Burundi and those other countries? So
explain why that is a problem.
It's a problem because of the economy. And you see,
like the Kenyan economy is bigger.
Is bigger.
So Burundi wamefinywa.
No. He's saying Kenya has more money.
Right. It's true.
No, you see.
And so Kenya can
for
afford
me,
to pay.
I think from where I sit, and it's my thinking.
Yes.
I borrow so much from the European model. So as much as those guys in the European Union, they learned the integration process from the East African.
We got there before them. A long time before them.
They learned from us. So, but they have advanced in terms of integration and how they work. So you will find Germany and France, they are contributing highly to the European Union because also the economy is big, and also they tend to benefit more from the European Union. In fact, when I got to learn that, in fact, the people who work in Germans contribute so little into the human resource of the East African, into the European Union. Their focus is not the human resource of the workers or the staff of European Union. Their focus is on the economy. How relevant is European Union to the economy? I would also urge countries such as Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, they should not focus so much on the staffing of the East African community. They should focus on how relevant the community, the integration process, is towards the growth of their individual economies. And that way, we will be progressive. We will not be looking at the soft matters such as human resource. So that's why there has been that challenge of contribution. And you find we have been told to every country was to be contributing 7.5 million US dollars per year. So it becomes a challenge to countries that even don't pay their own public servants or civil servants.
That's close to $1 billion Kenya shillings, eh?
Yes.
It's close.
Yeah.
And this 7.5 million shillings per year.
US dollars. 7.5 US dollars.
Yes, per year.
Yes.
What was it for?
Of course.
What did it cover?
It covers the operations of the East African community.
And what are the operations?
The operations are around coordination of policies harmonization of policies at the East African level, where you'll find now the policies that we make here and the laws that we make here individual as a country, they are in one way in harmony with the laws and policies that are made in any other partner states of the East African community.
So who gets paid? The human resource who work on this?
Of course.
Yes.
The second thing is about there are projects around education, health, and Lake Victoria Commission that deals with the water, access of water and clean water in the East Africa, in the Lake Victoria, the development of that whole the Lake Basin area.
Okay.
So there are areas of health, there is areas of education, the sector of water, the sector on security. In fact, Kenya 2 years ago contributed 100 million. Let me call it $1 million towards the peace fund. So these are some of the processes that really we focus on as a community towards the growth of the region and also harmonization of the laws and stability of the region. Even as much as we know there are also still difficult.
So with this new model,
Yes.
now you are now paid by our own National Assembly.
Yes.
You're not paid through the funds that are given to the East African Legislative Assembly.
Yes.
Okay. What about the other activities? We are still paying for that. Are we still paying 7.5 million?
No. That's why there was that change of the funding model. So they are going to change that amount, and maybe it might be proportionate depending on the economy. I know the new SG who is coming will have his own proposition to the head of state summit in regards to how sustainable we can be funding the operations of the East African community.
Okay.
Why is it on him? Why is it that the assembly has not determined what it is that would actually work? Because you've been there longer than this new fellow who's coming in.
Yes, because the working of government anywhere, everything emanates from the executive. Even here, the budget making process doesn't start with the parliament. It starts from the executive. They prepare the budget, or they prepare their priority, and then it is upon the parliament to appropriate. So even that financing model, of course, they will not only be his own ideas. He will bring his own proposition. He will consult with the parliament. He will consult with the council of ministers. He will consult with the heads of state summit. So that's how ideally we are going to come up with a more sustainable and acceptable financing model.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
This East African community that we've been tinkering with for some time, will it ever become a reality?
It will.
Why are you so confident?
I'm so confident because I like the thinking of President Museveni. By virtue of my position of his elections, or the elections that were done in Uganda. We had a courtesy call to him, and I think you also had him speak during the heads of state summit 2 weeks ago, where he was narrating, and he gave us actually the same story when we met, of how he met the people who are quote unquote experts of demonstrations, and now he told them he gave them a courtesy, he gave them the audience to explain to him in regards to why they are agitating of those things.
Right.
And he told us that we need to be focusing more. In fact, we should be challenging our own governments as to why we should integrate. Because some of these problems that we are having in our individual states around unemployment, around access to markets, access to international market, all those issues and challenges, we can sort them out by just integrating. Because what we are manufacturing here ideally might actually be an opportunity in another country.
Right.
What they have can be an opportunity in our own country. And that way, that's how we are going to expand the market. That's how we are going to create employment, new jobs, new culture. We expand our cultures and all those kind of opportunities. So for me, our own individual countries and governments are going to face challenges. And that's why people are. That's why even people who are having issues of protest and those demonstrations.
Right.
Governments are going to face challenges, and they are going to come to they will come to a realization that, in fact, the only solution that we can have is by expanding the market. You know, there is a saying in my community that says, and I know City Muga is fond of proverbs.
All right.
That when lions are hunting, they don't hunt because they love each other. They hunt because
they're hungry.
They're hungry. Second thing, the buffaloes don't move together because they love each other. No. They move together so that they can become a security guarantee to each other. So later on, these governments of East African community, they will realize that we are facing a common problem of public pressure in regards to creation of jobs and social stability. And the only way we can secure the stability of our own government and existence of our own government is by expanding and opening up the boundaries and letting people move freely, goods move freely, services move freely. Okay. And that will come on board by political integration and integration of the monetary system, which is still yet to be registrated. We are yet to registrate around monetary union and political federation. Okay. We have registrated around common market. We have registrated around custom union. But the teething problem that we are facing up to date is monetary union and political federation.
The political federation, I think, caps it all, because Nyerere had this to say about it, really. He was of the view, or the late President Nyerere, he was of the view that the mistake was made in not solving this political integration before we started talking about economic integration.
Yes.
Because the nature of our politics will inevitably interfere with this entire process. Let me explain what I mean. We have a county system in this country, and it is clear that different regions have certain strong economic leanings than others. We have a council of governors who have not been able to even formulate how counties can trade with each other.
Yes.
And we could. Trading with each other would, these problems we keep having of hunger and all this nonsense,
yes,
and I'm using the word nonsense deliberately, would not be where we see it, for the simple reason that there are areas in this country that produce more food than they need.
True.
Okay, so the question of food security doesn't require us to think about anything outside our borders. It requires just to think within our borders. We know in Kenya that Uganda is our biggest trading regional partner. Okay?
Yes.
Now, that is something that has developed over time. What is to stop that trading from expanding beyond what it is that we see? It's our politics.
True.
Because the moment our politics comes in this country, it influences the way our counties work, it influences the way our members of parliament, that entire system. And the focus on what it is that would grow the economy of even a country, forget East Africa, just a country,
yes,
that is lost in conversation. If you listen to just the conversation we currently have in Kenya from the political participants, the discussion about how to grow the economy does not feature at all. The discussion about how it is that the Mwananchi can actually benefit and a step-by-step understanding doesn't feature at all. At the heart of it is just our politics, who is what, who has done what, who has moved where, who is lending this, who is not lending the other. That's how it is. Now you tell me, if this is Kenya and that's how we are thinking, and that's what's occupying us.
Sembusa, East Africa.
Brother. And the idea of the East African integration, you know, we had gone far. We had gone really far with our integration.
True.
Really, really far. We had integrated our university, our postal services, our railways, our harbors corporation. These things were integrated. East Africans could live and work anywhere within East Africa. It was not a problem. All this was dismantled. And now, again, it's our politics. And now we are starting all over again. It's like all the things that we had before didn't happen. Unfortunately, Kenya's blamed a great deal some of these problems. And the decision that we made and our cannibalistic tendencies of focusing on what benefits us at the cost of our neighbors, and this has come to plague us. I'm going to town on this matter for a simple reason. I think everything you said is true, and the East African community and the thinking around it, it would open doors and benefit the continent in ways that it has never benefited. Because if the East African community works, SADC will work,
Yes.
ECOWAS will work, they'll understand it. And so the so-called Africa Free Trade Area will actually work. And our thinking in terms of infrastructure development, in terms of policies, will focus. Because within the continent, we have sufficient markets that can serve all of us adequately. We do.
I
True.
agree.
Agreed. And I like in fact, I have never seen it that way. That if you can use the regional economic blocks, they can be a key driver towards the
Africa Trade Area.
Trade Area.
Yes.
In fact, I don't know why the African Union has never insisted on this economic
The
bloc
African Union
to implement that
is not a
that
sleeping
treaty.
giant. It's a dead dog. What does it do? Apart from existing, how do you have an African Union whose headquarters was built by the Chinese? The funds that run it come from the EU. We contribute some money, yes, but it's not what runs it. So this thing that we call ours, whose is it really?
Yes.
It's not ours.
No, it's not ours.
Yeah.
So when you talk about the African Union, the Organization of African Union, that one had teeth.
Yes.
That one, and also had people who clearly had an agenda and they want to see things done. This one,
Kidogo tricky.
in the club too, the presidents meet from time to time, have a chit chat, discuss one or two interesting things, and then go back to the businesses of their country.
No, what we shall do, we shall set a day specifically to talk about this whole Pan-African conversation. But Mwesh, what I want to focus on today, rather, is this mountainous politics.
Yes.
If I may call it that.
Yes.
First of all, what's your beef with former DP Gachagua? He called you a small boy for why?
You see, first, I really don't have anything personal against the former deputy president, Rigathi Gachagua. In terms of age, we have a very big age difference. And but to be more direct, the Honorable Gachagua, to me, he is like a father. Management of his sons. My worry was that if he can take a microphone and abuse me, a young man, a young foolish man, does it mean that when he differs with his sons, he insults them? He uses such demeaning words. So that was my biggest worry with those utterances and abuses. The second thing, for me, I saw it from a positive side of it. I saw it like it is an invitation to a club. You see, when Senator or President Barack Obama was vying, he was dismissed as a naive young man with funny name. And he became the president of the US.
Imagine that.
When President William Ruto was vying against Moise Pointsman in Eldoret town,
right,
he was dismissed as a young foolish man. He became the president. When President Uhuru Kenyatta was vying for presidency in 2002, the opponents used a very derogatory word against him, Kamwana, a young man
I remember that one,
who don't have a capacity. He later on became the president of this country. When Mandela was fighting for the independence of South Africans, the apartheid were dismissing him as incapable person. He became the president of South Africa, and he won even the Nobel Peace Prize.
Imagine that.
Just by the words of Rigathi Gachagua, I accept the acceptance to that club.
Of those young men that actually made marks in their countries and the world.
Became transformative and turned the abuses to become presidents. So mine is to say that history has an interesting way with the political lives. And for me, I want to accept that challenge I look forward to attaining what he didn't achieve
Right.
in June 2024.
Right.
In 17 years' time,
Uh-huh.
I pray that God gives us life.
Right.
Him and myself. And I will prove to him that I accepted gladly that invitation to that presidential club. Thank you.
How did it get to that point though, mheshimiwa, for him to utter those words? Ni nini ulikuwa umemwambia ama what did you do ama what did you say that made him feel the urge to make those words?
Actually, I don't know where it came from. I didn't participate in his impeachment. I'm based in Arusha. I saw those things on the TV, just like you and I.
Right.
Just like you.
Right.
So I didn't participate in his impeachment. I don't know how it came. Maybe it is because of my political leaning. But the truth of the matter is, you see, from a mountain side of it, Rigathi Gachagua has never stood with the side that the mountain is standing on.
Okay.
On which side is this, if I may ask?
In 1992, we were supporting Kenneth Matiba.
Yes.
City Muga will tell you that Rigathi was actually politically persecuting Kenneth Matiba. In 2002, when we were supporting President Moi Kibaki, he was insulting. Yet they come even from the same county.
Yes.
He was insulting. He was insulting him. Huh? In 2013,
right,
I didn't see him supporting President Uhuru Kenyatta. So I don't understand why he is now claiming that any person who is who has alternative views to his political ideas
yes,
deserves to be insulted. Let me say this for avoidance of doubt. When you ask me about the politics of the mountain, I find that we have downgraded our politics. City Muga can tell you, the mountain region,
yeah,
the same mountain region that was producing Dr. Kiano in the 1960s, the same mountain that was producing Moi Kibaki in the 1960s, the same mountain that produced Jomo Kenyatta, the same mountain that produced Dedan Kimathi, a freedom fighter, towering figures, is now producing somebody who is insulting people, somebody who doesn't respect political rights. So for me, I don't understand why he would take a microphone to abuse somebody who didn't participate in his impeachment.
Yeah.
And I don't find it appropriate. In fact, I texted him that night when I saw that clip. Can you imagine that clip I was sent by people outside this country that very night? Somebody in the US, somebody in Uganda was sending me people. They were sending me those clips.
Right.
They were asking me what is the issue?
What's the problem? Yeah,
what's the problem? So I actually forwarded that clip to him, and I told him, this is not the way to go. You have never asked me for support. So really, I don't understand where you are coming from with these abuses. Second thing, I respect you as a leader. Even in terms of age, I also respect you. But really, I wouldn't want us to have that
back and forth.
Please maintain your boundary, let me maintain mine. If there is any way that you would want me to support, ask kindly. You remember, you were with me here when President Uhuru Kenyatta was begging in 2017, calling us Jeshi, the young men, to come out and vote him. You see, that was a president who was already sitting. Really, he wouldn't want. In fact, begging us to come out and vote for him was really with a lot of humility. I saw the humility side of him. But this one is abusing us. He is blackmailing us to support him. So for me, if you really want our support, talk to us nicely.
How exactly?
Mheshimiwa, unanichekesha hata nikwambie. We know for a fact that the Honorable Gachagua ni mtu ako na maneno. Hiyo nayo si uongo.
Yes.
But and I'm saying this because I do not know. So this is a question I'm posing here.
Yeah.
You want to tell me that when he's speaking to the Kikuyu community, venye anakuanga na his political enemies, even ndivyo yuko na the Kikuyu? He's not humble. He's not polite.
I don't find humility in somebody insulting you. I don't find humility or charisma in people, in somebody looking down upon people. I find a lot of humility in somebody who has this influence, and you are trying to mobilize people towards a cause. That's humility on my side. That's how I understand the word humility. I find blackmail in somebody who is abusing you because of your political conviction. I would understand if he was abusing me and he has requested for my support.
And you denied it.
And I denied it.
But at what point do you justify abuse? I mean, at what point does abuse become right? Does it really ever? I know culturally, where I come from, your contemporaries and age mates and peers would abuse you.
Yes.
The insult is to encourage you or to discourage you from a certain path you've taken.
Yes.
And the only way they get your attention is to tell you
Using those hard
yes,
words.
exactly, so that you get upset about it. And in getting upset, you take notice of what it is that you've done. But these are your contemporaries, people who you share an age bracket with. You talk about your political persuasion. What is your political persuasion?
You see, my political persuasion is that the options that we have for presidential seat in 2027 gives President William Ruto a high chance of being re-elected. Politically, vision-wise, and in terms of direction. I'm not convinced by a political side, that only takes the microphone and abuses the other side. They don't present an alternative agenda. You see, even as much as I was not supporting the Right Honorable Raila Odinga in his elections, I found him to be a very formidable presidential candidate, and even a potential presidential candidate. Why? Because he was not just opposing government or opposing his rivals for the sake of opposing. He would say, we are going to do this, we are going to do this. He would talk about roads, he would talk about tax holidays, he would talk about like in the 2022 election, he was speaking about giving certain stipends to unemployed young people. He was offering an alternative manifesto. In fact, even affordable housing was part of his manifesto. But these ones, you are abusing somebody who is not even, who is of different political ideology, somebody who is not participating in your own political persecution. But do you know, since he was impeached, this is the first time I'm mentioning his name in public.
Is that so?
Yeah, I don't, and it is out of what he said. So me, I even don't mention about his name because of the respect. I know he had his own participation in my winning. And so many other people, the president, the members of parliament, both in the political divide, the former Right Honorable Raila Odinga, all these people participated in winning, in my win of the election to the East African Parliament.
Okay.
And that's the only way. You can't be in the East African Legislative Assembly if you are not in good books with the political elite, particularly the high levels. So him justifying his insults and abuses towards me because of his participation, it serves me the chance to also remind him that if he was to be offered the same opportunity to have fronted my name to Parliament, he wouldn't have. In fact, I was to be the nominated member of Parliament representing the youth in the National Assembly from the ruling party.
This same National Assembly.
Yes,
okay.
But he struck my name before it was gazetted by the IBC. You know, he thinks that I don't know those things. In fact, he should. Let me tell you, my brother Mbovi and City Muga. He might not know he became the running mate of the President William Ruto by what means. You know, he thinks that President William Ruto just woke up and washed away the wishes of other members of parliament who had voted the current deputy president, Kithure Kindiki. Some of us were on the back room, influencing the decision of him becoming the running mate.
Honorable Justin Muturi was here a couple of days ago, and he gave us some kind of inclination as to how that happened.
Yes. There were so many influences, some of which he doesn't know. And I wish he just used his time when he was nominated to be the running mate. I wish he used time to connect dots. Who did what? Yeah. He realized my name will feature there among the people who influenced him becoming the running mate
of President
Ruto. So, for me, I find the current politics in the Mount Kenya region has gone down, because the people that we think can shape and influence the political thinking of the mountain people are engaging in insults, backlash, and despising people. But for me, as I have told you,
yes,
I take it positively that he has challenged me that I'm a young man who is undeserving. But I want to remind him, this 28-year-old person, young man, was elected by 213 members of parliament, both in the National Assembly and in the Senate.
Okay.
Those people must have seen
something,
an attribute in myself. Even before you influence somebody to elect you, they must have seen a unique attribute and capacity in you. So for me, I take it positively. He has welcomed me to the club of President Obama. He has welcomed me to the club of William Ruto, President Mandela, President Uhuru Kenyatta. People who are dismissed as naive, young, incapable, but they stood tall to become presidents and influence the direction of their countries and their societies, and they have participated in in transforming their own societies.
Yeah, Mheshimiwa, this in what we are witnessing right now, the mountains, specifically the Kikuyu, seem to be coalescing behind this gentleman known as Honorable Gachagua. Surely there must be something also they are seeing in him, or am I seeing my own things?
You see, we have had 3 by-elections in Mount Kenya region.
Okay.
All those 3 by-elections have been won by the ruling party, UDA. I don't understand how they are following him.
Okay.
The by-elections that have been held, there is an indication of the direction.
Yeah.
You know, there is an analogy that is given of the marketplace, where one seller is presenting a monkey, another seller is presenting a goat. All day long, people will go and witness the monkey and the seller. All day long, from morning up to 6.
Yeah.
But let me tell you, from 6 p.m., people will be breaking legs, heading to the seller who is selling the goat.
Okay.
Because they know, at the end of the day,
you can't eat a monkey.
A monkey cannot become a delicacy.
Yeah.
In Kenya.
If you're in Congo, that's a different conversation.
So,
but I get
so
your
the
point.
reality is,
yes,
those perceptions that the opposition is trying to build, they're allowed to build those perceptions. But let me tell you, at the end of the day, when it boils down to making decisions, hard decisions around building this nation, the people of Kenya know the person with a vision, the person who is showing that something can be done around our country in terms of fixing our country and the challenges that we have. And that person is President William Ruto.
Okay.
He has tried to show it. And you see, for me, nobody is perfect. We are not in a moral experiment. Kenya is a political experiment. And a political experiment means that what you might be saying might not be a reality to me. What I might be saying might not be a reality to you. But the reality, what you are saying might be in the right direction. What you are doing might be in the right direction. Even as much as I don't like the way the approach that you are doing it. it's better you who is doing it or saying it rather than somebody who is saying, no, what you're saying, actually we should be destroying it.
Yeah.
So for me, I'm looking at it that way, and I hope that as a country, we can up our standards of leadership. Any person who insults the other because of political conviction should not be given political relevance.
Okay.
And capital by the people.
Our voting patterns in this country are very strange with regards to why we vote and who we vote for at the point. You see, you're talking about perceptions, but the perceptions you speak of are strengthened by narratives. There's a narrative that we have spoken of in this particular studio. It revolves around this government and the things the government has not done. And every time you ask the question of those who are part and parcel of propagating this narrative, if indeed they have seen anything whatsoever that the government has actually done, they're normally a bit stuck. They change the conversation and then they answer something else. There is no government in this country that I know of that within the first year of it being in power is ever popular. Not really.
True.
You start off popular, give it a year or two, literally a year or two, you will have a problem, and a big one.
Yes.
Start with Jomo Kenyatta, just move on and see. When did we get independence? 1960? 2 years down the line, Jaramogi came up with his KPU.
Yes.
And life went on. Look at when Moi came in. He may last a little longer.
But there are also challenges.
4 years down the line, he had challenges.
Yes.
Those challenges, Jomo Kenyatta had also had.
Yeah, two times.
People attempting to enact a coup.
Yeah.
Mwai Kibaki comes in, comes in, no president ever voted in with that sort of margin. The Times Magazine, Kenyans, the most hopeful people in the world, people expect 2 years down the line. He had a problem. Uhuru had a very unique one. Very unique. His own deputy, who is our president, decided, this thing isn't working. So that we have these patterns in our politics is something we need to study and ask, what is it that happens? And it's all about expectations, really. And then people get together and opinions differ. We talk of coalition as though they're a new thing. That problem that occurred immediately after independence, it wasn't a coalition problem, but we did have a coalition.
Yeah.
Do you know, most people do not know that even before we got independence, when people were electing, when we think of the Legico, that we had two chief officers, two chief ministers, Jomo Kenyatta and Ronald Ngala. Most people don't even know this. Our history, when you study it and you look at our politics, then you bring it up to the information age. The fundamental difference between the era that Uhuru was president and this one of William Ruto, and then Moi and Kibaki. Moi was president during the Cold War. Kibaki became president. The Cold War wasn't there. Dynamics changed completely as to how the so-called external world looked at things. Nobody talks about Moi resisting some of the conditionalities that the World Bank set up.
True.
And because he resisted, they refused to give him money. It's never spoken of. We hop, step, and jump that one, and we talk about the progress that Kibaki made, and he did make progress. The thing that I marvel at is how this man managed to use the resources we had and was focusing on us utilizing just what we had as our revenue. Our borrowing was 5% at some point, just 5. We just borrowed 5% of what we needed. The Uhuru government comes in. You would assume they would continue with that progress that Kibaki had set.
Yes.
They go on a borrowing spree. And do they borrow? This government comes in, they have debts that Uhuru brought in, a little bit that Kibaki left in, is a little bit that Moi left. So you have a situation where you have a government that is dealing with something we've never dealt with before. We've never been in a position where we are teetering on the brink of defaulting on our loan payment. We've never been in that position before.
True.
We've never also been in a position where we owe 8.7 trillion. We've never been in that position before. We've also never been in a position where some of the commercial loans we're paying are actually coming due around the same time this particular government is in power. So, but then the discussion we have now, once the differences come in, 2 years again down the line, a difference comes in, the narrative is this government has failed in everything. This is not working. This is not working. Narrative.
Yes.
Now, those of you who are in this party, shame on you. You don't even counter these narratives by pointing out clearly and saying, folks, this thing you're saying is not working isn't quite that. So, what holds sway? The narrative that this government isn't working. Going into an election, the vast majority of people who've heard this narrative will not ask the question, what do you mean? They never ask that question. They will parrot and tell you, SHA is not working, roads are not being built, security. They'll keep listing these things. Anything that may have been done in the interim will never be mentioned. So when you say that President Ruto is likely to win, what he has done isn't mentioned adequately.
Yes.
So most people don't know. What they hear most is what the government that William Ruto is heading has not done. And unfortunately, what they hear is what they'll believe.
Mheshimiwa, over to you, because it is true that the president has done something. What now needs to be determined is just how much, because even if he has done 1 meter as opposed to 100 meters, he has done something, right?
People spoke of this affordable house, and I have heard things and heard and heard and heard and heard and heard. It won't work, but unfortunately they exist. It doesn't matter what you say, they exist.
You can see and touch.
They exist. You can actually see them.
Yeah.
And if you move around the country, you will see them.
Yes.
You see? So the narrative then changes. And it becomes another story. So what I'm saying is this. When you talk about a Kenyan election, the dynamics that get people elected or not elected, unfortunately, some are predictable, some are not. Some are things that change at an almost 11th hour, and suddenly everything about that election acquires a completely new face and a completely new dynamics.
Yeah. So what do you think needs to be done so that whatever the president has done is visible?
I think just agreeing with what City Muga has presented. Politics being a game of perception, I think it would be prudent if the government invested more also on communication and putting out things of the things that has been done, and without really advertising the mainstream media.
Yeah, but
why
the
radio generation? I think
why can't they advertise?
I think it would be good if the government would partner with the media organizations and institutions to air out some of this progress being made by the government, because people suffer out of not having information. That perception is built by information. If the information that is being channeled out is the information that nothing has been done, then people will tend to believe that. But if there's consistent and deliberate effort towards showcasing what has been done, people will say, indeed, things have been done.
You know, everything.
People will be shown what has been done by being shown the awareness or creating the awareness around what has been done. So I think perception, the great deal of the perception that City Muga is referring to can be built by channeling out information of what has been covered so far. Yeah.
You know, there's something that also comes out with politics that is against this particular government, and that is just raw hatred for the president. There are people who, I don't think even if people, the government came up to say something, as far as they're concerned,
Hakuna.
Ruto is the devil incarnate. There is absolutely nothing.
Useless.
Nothing. It doesn't matter how you say. You know, sometimes you listen and you say, and you pause and you say, everything that goes wrong, this man is the most corrupt president we've ever seen. And I'm saying, really.
Actually, yeah, like for example, there's this story for Nairobi Hospital. I'm sure you're aware. What isn't being mentioned sana and loudly is that the president, by virtue of being president, is the patron of that hospital.
True.
The same way Uhuru Kenyatta was patron. And the
Kibaki,
presidents before him.
and Moi, and Jomo Kenyatta, they're all patrons.
Now, there's this story that President Ruto wants to grab everything from land to state corporations to parastatals to everything.
In fact, why don't we just put in the whole country, just so that we don't leave anything out?
Now, it may be true, I don't know. But now this one for, Nairobi Hospital, imeingizwa kwa story pia, which might not be true. But then again, we don't know. But if the government doesn't come out clearly, him and his people and his communication team, they don't come out clearly on issues, not just on the Nairobi Hospital, this one is a bit tricky, but on the other issues that have been mentioned out there, then he's going to have a very, difficult time, tough time.
I think I agree with what you're saying in regards to that perception and communication building. And you see, information is actually a constitutional right to information. I wish our government would also use that particular
right. Unaongelea, wajua nyinyi ndio serikali. Hata sisi ni serikali, lakini nyinyi ni serikali zaidi.
Yeah, because the media is the fourth pillar of the society. So, but I think we have found a solution with this discussion. That the question that we are having right now is a question of perception. And we have diagnosed it by prescribing the issue of government communication and partnering with the information institutions such as the media, social media, and every other platform. Influencers to channel out information, and people can be aware of this thing. So, but to come also on that issue,
not just information, the truth. You see, the truth doesn't have variations. Affordable houses, they've been built. You even point where they've been built. You know that one. You just go and verify.
It's factual.
It's factual. There's no ifs and buts and story mingi mingi hakuna. Okay. What people are paying through taxes. State, yes, they are being paid. Say why. Explain. It doesn't matter what someone thinks or the spin off on it. Once you've said it, the truth in uzuri tu moja. It'll become apparent. It doesn't matter what you say, how you say it, it'll become apparent. See, it's like pregnancy. You can't be a little bit pregnant.
You're pregnant.
You're pregnant.
Yes, that's it. Yes. So, every ministry in this country has a communication department. Every. And there are people who sit in those positions of communication bosses who understand this stuff. And you ask yourself the question, why do we have a situation where the government is always backpedaling when it comes to even issues that they themselves know they have done correctly? They make many mistakes. We expect them to make mistakes. We expect them to carry on some mistakes that were made before them. But when you are backpedaling and yet you think you're making progress, and then you have a group of young people who by their very coalition, those are around your age mates and those who are slightly younger than you,
yes,
who you cannot talk out of seeing the worst in this government. It doesn't matter what you say, as far as they're concerned, irredeemable. It's something that has to be thought of, man. Because this sure thing that people keep talking about, that President William Ruto is likely to win, that's when you look at him and you determine these are the ancient creatures like myself, who are political leaders, who have been there since God made time. No. This group of young people who we think disappeared after 2024 haven't gone anywhere. They are wiser, they understand situations better, and they are registering to vote. And they do not like this government. So,
kazi kwenu.
We will manage that politics.
Right.
Yes.
We've come to the end of the show, Mwesh. But I want to ask you something in terms of 2027. Wewe unawania chochote ama bado uko kule Iyala?
you had that clip
Yes.
of the former deputy president referring me that I'm vying for the Thika parliamentary seat. But what I can say is that in as far as 2027 is concerned, for me, I'll continue engaging the communities. I'll continue engaging our people. I always say that man might have desires to lead a society, but it's upon the society to accept his capacity and his vision.
Okay.
So I'll present my vision to the society or to so many other people, nationally and locally. So it's upon these people at the national level and the local level to tell me which direction to
take. Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa.
Yeah.
This is where we come to a stop as far as today's conversation is concerned. And like you said before we came into the studio, wache kupotea sana.
Mimi nitakuja hapa.
Hapa ni home, eh?
Unajua, and this is called radio generation.
Yes, it is.
And radio generation, we will have generational conversations.
For sure.
And that's why I said it wouldn't be good for me to answer back at the former deputy president. We are generations apart. And I like the way my senior here said that in African culture, people respect generations. So personally, I wouldn't answer back to somebody who is senior to me. I'll just take it in good stride, take it positively, and I've accepted the presidential club that he has invited me to. Thank you.
Umesikia mheshimiwa amesema ata run for president, eh? Amesema presidential club. Anyway, see you tomorrow morning, bright and early.
This is the Radio Generation News.